Mm, mm, mm. Oh, there's my bald head. Okay. Bathroom. Let's see. Here. No, I ate. I use an hour after work to do whatever I need to, including sleep if I need to. Anyways, hello everyone. Hey Kyan, how's it going? Appreciate the thanks. Yeah, I heard the trial's actually pretty funny. It's actually loud for once. Congrats to the Sentry for becoming a member, and thank you, Dylan, for doing that as well. Also, thank you, Kyan, for using your Prime on Twitch. I appreciate that. Yeah, I need to actually set that up so that Twitch actually shows up on here. Yeah, let's look at this trial because you're not the only one who told me to check out the trial. Hey, yo. Heave ho! I draw. Hee I got it. I won, Commander. As promised, you have to take the true challenge now. You win. What questions do you want to ask? Holy shit, is this PNC music? Then, I'm going to start asking questions. Bring it on. I'm ready. Leva, seems like there's something interesting over here. Collecting private intel related to the commander? Commander, when was the last time you held hands with a girl? And who was it with? Nia, no. It's this thing right here. Holding hands, you say? Let me think. Is Commander still reminiscing? If you forgot, you should ask more memorable questions, like the last time we kid. Hey, where'd you all go? It's time for the daily training. Commander, hurry up and answer. Training is nowhere near as important as answering this question. The glorious ass shot. We hire the Mass Effect camera guy? You mean any camera guy? Yeah, let's just auto. Oh yeah, I forgot Rebella has her mod key now. I have to check that out and see what it actually does. Well, bang, okay. The classic one. I don't, because I never played Mass Effect 3. Surprisingly, I only played 1. That was all I cared for. Alright, that was pretty amusing. I thought there'd be like an ending cutscene, which is why I played through it. But no, that intro though was actually really good. I like that one a lot. Hmm. The music is musicking is a good way to put it. Wasn't there like SOP dubstep once? I remember a video being like that. Alright, let's get started. So, I'll be very focused on this. I will still be reading chat, but I will probably not be saying anything to chat unless we're in between cutscenes or gameplay. Just so that we are able to attempt to get through this as much as we can. This may be longer than 6 hours. I think 6 hours is going to be the limit, maybe 7. Let's see what happens. Before I met you, I died time and time again, imprisoned within a crystal sarcophagus, forced to piece myself back together word by word, as if I had forgotten how to live. Date SX, 2050-ish. Nemesis family estate, night. And that's cute. So cold. Even indoors, isolated from the blizzard, the chill is creeping into my body bit by bit. Aleph rubs her slightly cold fingers and wraps the blanket around her a bit tighter. Hearing a soft and restrained knock on the door, Aleph looks up. Come in. The door is pushed open, and along with the sound of footsteps comes a warm orange candlelight that softly fills the dim bedroom. Teacher Caldwell. The woman who entered the room placed a candlestick on the bay window and sat sideways across from Elif. There's Mother. Hello, my name is Caldwell. Look at my tits. The hearth fire has gone out. So why didn't you find someone to relight it? It's already late at night. Bella and Nicole should both be fast asleep. They have been busy for today's mass for a long time. So, you chose to freeze yourself? The woman's tone was gentle and calm. She conveyed neither blame nor heartache, but was simply asking for the answer to the question. Also, this is more PNC music. Interesting. Alva nodded. Alva? I think that means a leaf? A leaf nodded. Yes, I want them to have a good rest. Is that all? Under the woman's uncritical gaze, a leaf sighed slightly. Today, I messed up. I don't really want to face anyone else. She hugs her knees, curling up into a ball, looking exceptionally small under the glow of the night. Even though I've rehearsed it many times and strictly followed the ritual's procedural norms, something still went wrong. Sometimes I feel like making me the chief successor. Was it a wrong decision? Has just one mistake caused you to doubt your overall abilities? It's not just this time. The glass reflects Elif's face, as well as memories of the past. There was also the previous assembly, and the council meeting before that. I don't seem to have acted as a role model. I'm hesitant in everything I do. Elif looked up at Caldwell, her eyes showing a thirst for comfort or answers. Teacher, Hesitation stems from having concerns. Your concerns are because you're taking everyone's feelings into consideration. That's a very gentle approach. Caldwell reaches out and pats Elif's head. Her beautiful silver hair is as serene and soft as a twilight galaxy. When you're still inexperienced, it's perfectly normal to have many concerns. Did you have times like that too, teacher? The hand struck on Elif's hair paused for a moment, but she couldn't read any emotion from this respected mentor's eyes. Jotham felt that her eyes were like a tranquil, deep pool, betraying no ripples, yet also like a black hole, possessing a soul-captivating gravity. No life form exists in isolation. The survival of an individual inevitably depends on the system constructed by the collective. It's just that their positions are different. At the very beginning of evolution, humans became social animals living in groups. The habit of sharing food and shelter, the division of status, and the extended period of neoteny are the main reasons why this species stood out among primates. Caldwell explains eloquently. However, paradoxically, everyone has their own instincts and the desires born from them, so the interactions between individuals are not always well intended. Because of this, humanity created culture to seek more mutual recognition within the group and to avoid potential conflicts as much as possible during interactions between individuals. Being considerate of the others is the most natural thing in the world. The relationships and emotions between people are all just to survive as a group? Yes. Then why are there still conflicts between humans? For animals, conflicts tend from instinct, resources, territory, or status within the group. But humans are a little different, because human conflicts are more often born out of love. Love? When humans engage in large-scale conflicts, in many cases, it isn't to defeat the enemy, but rather to support their own kind. It is precisely because humans are social creatures that they always prioritize forming families, factions, and groups, and will desperately defend their group using any means necessary, including violence. Elif rubs her arms and remains silent for a long time, seeming to digest Caldwell's words. Therefore, your gentleness is an excellent quality. It makes it easier for others to see you as a friend, and less willing to be your enemy. And for a leader, gentleness means having control over one's own authority, which can earn more active loyalty. It is a very effective strategy. Very useful? Chief Nemesis, your father gently took me and my dependents in, provided me with shelter. And I am willing to do what little I can to pass on all that I have learned in my life to you. This mutual benefit is a virtuous cycle. At the mention of her father, Elise slightly raises her head. The candlelight dances in her eyes, making her expressions much more vivid. Father was indeed a great man. He was deeply beloved by the residents. He was everyone's role model and spiritual pillar. Virtues like kindness and curiosity are survival strategies humans evolved based on their position in the system. However, your father's gentleness would also awaken a hibernating snake. It seems like I should re-evaluate the influence of emotions on rational decision-making. Amidst Caldwell's humming lullaby-like tone, Elif gradually feels a bit of drowsiness. Caldwell gently embraces Elif in her arms. Don't forget, the unique class radiation resistance in your family's genes destines every one of you to become extraordinary. Go to sleep now, child. Don't overthink things. Tomorrow is another day. Not an ordinary one, right? My vision plunges into darkness. Some sound rings by my ear. At first, it's faint and light, but then it grows louder and louder. She hears it clearly. It's the sound of dry wood struggling and crackling in the flames. She opens her eyes, but everything is still pitch black. Only sounds, different sounds, linger in her ears. Something explodes with a boom right by her ear, followed immediately by the rising and falling of gunshots, explosions, and screams. Some of these sounds are very familiar to her. Also, this is still PNC music. Help me! Nicole. It hurts! It hurts! Don't come over! Monster! Darkness. Profound darkness lunged at Elif, creeping and winding to cover everything in her vision. Even when she made the motion of looking around, she could not see any sight. However, Screams and the roars of unknown creatures continue to pour incessantly into her ears. She screams, attempting to cover everything up with her voice. A white light flashed before her eyes, and the world seemed to have been spat out from a black hole. The surrounding scenery gradually became clear. Alif stood up blankly, finding that she wasn't in her own room. The decor here is her father's room. The bay window of the room was wide open. Lightning flashed and thunder clapped outside, and a frantic wind billowed the curtains, morphing them into howling white ghosts. Move! Alif lifted her foot, but the sticky sensation beneath her feet made her feel something was wrong. By the light filtering in from outside the window, she sees her feet steeped into a pool of blood. Her heartbeat races. Her breathing quickens. Alif slowly turns around. The blood covering the floor comes from the person collapsed in the center of the room. Her most respected father, the resident's most beloved father, is currently lying prone there, lifeless. Blood crawls all over his face. His expression is frozen at its most hideous and terrified moment, as if he had seen the thing that horrified him most in his entire life. Alif is just about to lift her feet to rush towards her father, but abruptly stops in her tracks. Besides her father, there's someone else. A man she has never seen before, and they did not look at her as if she were a non-existent ghost in this room. Your arbitrary actions are causing me great trouble. Taking his life was not in my original plan. We were conversing, but the man's voice sounded as if we're separated by thick glass, and Leaf could only hear scattered fragments of words. Does your research not require samples? Samples? Our research branches are different. As for me, what I need right now is nothing more than an area with lower radiation. Come on. Don't make yourself sound so noble. One day you will need these. Rather than letting them develop and expand their forces, it's better to reap a harvest effortlessly now. The Nemesis family's class radiation resistance is a great help to your research. Noble? Harvest? Nemesis family? Class radiation resistance? Or could it be you can't bear to do it? Reluctant? Who's reluctant? Then I won't let you do this. I knew we'd get along just fine. The man started laughing, and Elise saw Caldwell smiling along with them. Just like before, she couldn't interpret the hidden meaning behind her smile. But she clearly remembered. Her world began a continuous plunge from this very moment, all the way until it collapsed. The silver-haired doll sits up from the hibernation pod. Moonlight spills into the dorm through the glass window, as gentle as that night spent talking heart to heart with the teacher. But it was not a good night. Although it was still fuzzy, I think I'm starting to remember it little by little. She She looks down at her own frame. Ever since returning to this frame, her originally chaotic memories seem to have gradually been falling into place, like silk threads passing through a spinning wheel, densely and finely forming a neat spindle. It shouldn't be long before she can piece together the whole picture of what happened. I should go tell the commander my lighthouse. She had previously told the commander about her general background, but due to memory loss, many minor details were still blank. However, Nemesis finds that as she becomes more adapted to this frame, all her memories seem to be slowly returning. So she made an agreement with the commander that whenever she recalled something, no matter how small or trivial, she would go to the commander for a neural cloud sword, archiving and processing those drifting memory fragments. Nemesis's memory is crucial regarding what their potential future opponents are like. Nemesis tries to climb out of the hibernation pod, but the smile of the woman in her memory lingers in her mind, and hallucinations of snowflakes and a starry night seems to appear before her eyes. Take a breather. Commander's waiting for me, so I need more courage. Nemesis sat back in the hibernation pod and curled up. She hugged her legs tightly and pressed her forehead against her knees, a posture exactly identical to her memories. But now, she could no longer feel the cold. Hello? I like how there's literally no changes of you whatsoever. Look exactly the same. "12 years of seniority, previous job, regional manager of a supermarket chain, 5 years of seniority, currently serving as a general affairs in the regional administrative department." What is all of this? The pure white papers are tossed into the air, fluttering down like snowflakes. Where's Kevin? Neela sits amidst a pile of resumes, leaning her head back against the sofa behind her, her face full of exhaustion. Didn't expect finding operation manager to be this difficult. Huh? Her tonal vibrates. Neela projects the video call onto the screen in front of her. "Hello, Miss Nameless," has Professor Perska replied. "You are very lucky, Miss Neela. Perska is very interested in your plan." "Getting a response so quickly is really beyond my expectations. That's why I said you're really lucky. Perska is willing to provide limited help, including some theoretical direction and technical support, but the premise for all this is that she has free time. Seriously, she clearly can't even finish the work in her own lab, yet she still takes on everything." "What does technical support mean?" "Tonight, I will send you the specific details in the form of a standard contract. Tell me if there's anything you don't understand after reading it. I have to get to work. There's a whole pile of to-do items waiting for me to handle today. Hey, what's with all the documents? Put them here for me to practice hurdling?" Noises came from the other side of the video feed. Neela had a premonition that the call was about to be cut off and hastily called out to Leibniz. "You have a private word with Professor Persica? I still have some things I'd like to discuss with her regarding my plan." "Huh? No, Persica doesn't have time at all. Even I might not be able to see her today." "Hey, Leibniz, who are you talking to? Persica?" Another voice suddenly appears on the video call. Not long after, Persica's image enters the communication frequency. Why are you here? Should you be in a data room right now? I ran out of coffee. You could just leave such trivial hours to me. How can your time be wasted on getting coffee? Yeah. Is that Neela on the other end of the line? Seeming to want to escape Linesman's nagging, Perska quickly turns to Neela. It is you, Neela. Professor Perska, long time no see. I think the last time we met was... Boy Mastina's mech. Oh, right. The Joint Research Society for Dr. Shaw's leftover manuscripts. How was it? Is the cooperation with the Phi going smoothly? Very smoothly. After all, we've been allies for many years at this point. As long as there is a common enemy, our cooperation will continue. When mentioning enemies, Neela paused, but didn't reveal much emotion. Time has made her steady and reserved, or at least she believes so. But currently I am only providing auxiliary support to the Phi. My main focus has gradually shifted to this project. Ah, that's really wonderful. The little girl who used to need my help analyzing research materials has now become capable of handling things on her own. Although she has known Perska for a long time, receiving praise from this academic legend still brought a faint blush to Neela's face. I'm just starting out too. I wouldn't call myself capable of standing on my own yet. Right now, it's even harder to find an operations manager to handle external affairs for the organization. I'm just starting out, says the one who fucking made a Nito. Operations manager? Perska, the time! Leibniz's anxious urging comes from the side. Alright, just a second. Speaking of an operations manager, I do have a good candidate in mind. However... Oh. Not quite sure yet. But I remember there's a meeting with her in a few days. You can come check it out then too. Leibniz will inform you of the specific arrangements. Alright. I'm also very much looking forward to seeing someone the professor praises as not bad. By the way, Professor, I have another piece of intel I'd like to share with you regarding the special energy reactions catching the red zone. Regarding that, we've also received a commission. Sorry, but I need to go to the lab now. Can we talk about the details on the day we meet? No problem. Sorry for bothering you. Good luck with the experiment. Yeah, so Mother's tits are huge. And Neela's here now. Still waiting for Kevin. The faint light of the setting sun scatters on the ground. Kalina stands at her own doorstep, but somehow suddenly loses the courage to open the door. Happiness, stability, freedom, all the things her heart originally longed for the most are about to be abandoned by her. The path ahead will be an unpredictable and bumpy one. But if she wants to catch up to his footsteps, she must step out of the comfort zone she has long grown accustomed to surviving in. When my mom was near... That's funny. Hey! New outfit. I like it, actually. Welcome back. Colleen, the hot pot ingredients for tonight are all ready. We're just waiting for you to come back so we can eat together. Colleen, welcome back. Look, it's fresh king crab. Sapo waves around a pair of large claws she dismantled from the king crab, humming a self-composed song. Hot pot king crab with 2 pointy pincers. Corn talipa, bite down hard. Towards the end, the song is purely just listing out dish names, isn't it? In the living room, Leva, Luna, Sapo, and Rebella sit around the dining table. The hot pot in the middle has already started bubbling, while steam billows up. Under the warm light, the living room, which had become somewhat desolate after most of the furniture was moved out, regains some of its warmth. Luna gets up and waves at Kalina by the door, enthusiastically pulling her to join the group in enjoying the delicious food. You invite us over. It probably isn't just to treat us to a meal, right? Those cardboard boxes in the corner of the room. Are you preparing to move? No, she turned to solid snake. Yeah, I put the house up for sale yesterday. Located in the core area of the white zone, it should sell very quickly. Yeah, Colleen's mortgage is still has more than 20 years on it, right? We're just abandon it like this? Shouldn't a safe house like this be kept so Colleen can live in it even when she becomes old granny in the future? Maybe by then there'll be a little Colleen and tiny Colleen? Lots and lots of companions living here together? Oh my. If you keep talking like that, Colleen's heart will ache even more. The investment of residence in this tier is very high. After selling it, buying it back won't be at the original price. It's still not too late to regret it, you know. Leva's half-joking dissuasions causes Kalina's thoughts to drift back for a moment to when she first bought this property. The moment she officially received the house, she set aside one of the keys, shyly thinking that one day in the future, she might have the opportunity to solemnly place it in a certain someone's hand. Completing work step by step and living with someone important. To Kalina, such perfect ordinary days could already be called happiness. Unfortunately, such simple and pure happiness is an unattainable fantasy for the Kalina of today. I never lived here for long. Comment Commander L. I know, Nixon. I never lived here for long. So it's better to sell it for some of the funds that I can dispose of at any time. I remember the income at Namfa is quite good. If it's just the funding issue, there's no need to sell this place, right? Actually, the reason I invited everyone here today is to inform you of something. I've already submitted my resignation. Only some wrap-up work is done. It's left, and very soon I will no longer be a member of Namfa. Huh? Why are you still resigning? Oh, we can't go there. Sapo, swallow before you talk. I mean, we can't go there and play with Colleen and Lynn anymore? Is it because of the group of jerks that have been targeting Colleen? Sooner or later, I'll have to find a way to deal with them and vent Colleen's ink for her. It's nothing to do with those past experiences. Working in Namfa, the things I can do are too limited. Perhaps taking a different path will allow me to accomplish things I couldn't do in the past. Given the commander's current status as a warden fugitive, if you, Colleen, move the commander, you will inevitably stand on the opposite side of the commander. Solve this matter from the roots. Leaving Namfa is a good decision. Is it really that serious? Commander's clearly been acting for everyone's sake. No wonder you investigated several times for being in contact with the commander, though she was released safely in the end. This old geezers might be jealous that we can get in touch with the commander. Oh, it's indeed been a while since I last saw Commander. I really want to play with him. Lena, Sapo, the decision I made is based not only on my own position, but also on my assessment of the current situation. Although I can't guarantee its accuracy, combine it with what M200 Cheyenne had said, perhaps a series of major events will happen soon. Guarding our current position is certainly safe, but I can foresee almost nothing but regret and helplessness for myself from here on out. Perhaps leaving Namfa will bring danger, but at least our future will hold more possibilities. Liva? Lena? You guys? Although I joined Namfa for my own purposes, Commander has returned to the stage, so I'm going to change my strategy as well. Just do what you think is best. Protecting you, well, is also contributing your effort for the Commander. As long as you still need us, doesn't matter where you take office. Leva puts down her chopsticks. The situation is constantly shifting and changing. Finding a new path is wise for all of us. In that regard, we're the same. Following your destination, our intelligence and information channels might broaden even further, which benefits both those who aren't here and the Commander. Our conversing with you would definitely not change just because your identity has. With your work in the building, you should be able to put in good use of any organization, right? Want to take this opportunity to properly plan a more promising future. Do you have any plans? We can also offer some advice, you know. How about becoming the boss of an independent security contractor? Using her past connections, Colleen should be able to get a lucrative job with little work, right? And although you wouldn't have Namfa's authority, you could relatively organize your own armed forces. You could go help the Commander whenever you want. I haven't decided yet. After all, I'm not like the Commander. Didn't Griffin reorganize? Going back there would be nice too, right? There are a lot of old colleagues, aren't there? That place can hardly be considered free. I guess Colleen wants a position where she can help the Commander more freely? Then head straight to the Elmo! To the Commander? The Colleen he knows is back! Make the shiny entrance super tough and cool! How do we know the Commander's current coordinates? Besides, before everyone is settled, I don't want to make the Commander worry. Oh? You're not going to tell the Commander about this? He still has a lot to worry about. If I suddenly tell him I resign now, he might mistakenly think I'm still that little girl who only wants to rely on him. This is also in Baden's heart. Then it's even more crucial to help Colleen sort out her job issue as soon as possible. Who else can we ask besides your NC members? I think we can try consulting Persica. Though her long-term recruitment scope is limited to laboratory researchers, I'm not too clear on the details for other positions either. However, you can trust Persica's connections. Her status has become increasingly important lately, and more troublesome matters are finding their way to her. The two of you would definitely be able to find ways to help each other. I'll go visit Perska personally and ask about this. Also, during this time, thank you for being willing to stay with me. This says Colleen talks as if we're going to be abandoned. Even though if we leave Nampha, we'll be able to communicate further with the commander. It's been a long time since we met everyone on the Elmo. I hope we can have our next get-together in Middle on the Elmo. Let's go eat the commander out of a house and home. Lena, Sapo, you haven't forgotten that the commander is still a wanted fugitive, right? Contacting the wanted fugitive right after leaving Nampha will be hard to explain it if anyone finds out. Yeah? What does it matter? Isn't Big Sis Colleen just here to... Before Lena can finish her sentence, Leva picks up some steaming food with her chopsticks and shoves it into Luna's mouth. What is it for? Just eat your food. Rebella also casually picks up some food from the hot pot and shoves it into Sapo's mouth, making the goofball duo settle down their bit. Star shines in Lena's eyes. She subconsciously chews the food Leva fed her, placing her hands on her chest to form a heart gesture, trying to convey the words she couldn't say out loud through body language. Anyway, I've been on the same ship for so long. We've always taken care of each other. Whichever path you choose to take, we will respect your choice, Colleen. Don't let yourself regret again. Thank you, everyone. Alright, this is the last meal in this room. So enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Yeah, and in case you guys missed it, last event, Colleen did leave Nampha as per part 1 at the very end. I think she was the last cutscene. After resigning, Kalina finally got a few days of free time. Packing her luggage, discussing the selling price of her house, time passed by in a flash, and soon it was a day she arranged to meet Persicaria. Walking into the laboratory where Persicaria is, I don't know why I keep saying her full name. The busy scene inside couldn't help but remind her of the battlefield. Researchers hurried back and forth, constantly moving various huge boxes, navigating through the already narrow aisles. Leibniz is standing in the center of the room, directing the staff. Place a batch of supplies in the laboratory and remember to mark them properly. A new batch of supplies will arrive soon. Put them in shelf 2 of the storage room when they do. Is latest assembly report finished? Organize it for me as soon as possible. I'll report to Persica. Excuse me, I have a meeting with Persica today. Persica's still with a guest. However, she mentioned you to me and asked me to take you to her once she showed up. Won't disturb them? I can wait until the conversation is over. Yeah, they weren't discussing core secrets. You would have found out about this sooner or later anyway. I've received an investigation commission from the UNSC to dismantle and research information on the new unknown organism recently discovered in the Red Zone. A new organism? Yeah. The unknown organism currently discovered in the Red Zone has habits similar to a Bujin, but the specific origin of the organism cannot yet be determined. Footsteps come from behind them. The two turn their heads to find Persica walking towards them, followed by another person. Judging from the characteristics shown by the creatures, I don't think their appearance is a good sign. That unusual power might be connected to the relics. Relics? Ah, fuck! Kalina, let me introduce you. This is my partner, Cornelia Schaefer. You can call her Neela. She's a highly accomplished in the academic fields of clinical medicine, biology, and physics. Aside from the intelligence provided by the Redundancy, my other major source of intelligence is her. Oh, is it just Nell now? Okay. Hello, Miss Nell. Nell nods at Kalina. Not Counselor. Kalina. I heard your name. Nell pushes up her glasses and gives a slight nod to greet Kalina. Upon hearing the title Namfa Counselor, Kalina shakes her head, denying Nell's description with a bitter smile. To be honest, I submitted my resignation a few days ago. All subsequent work of the Namfa has nothing to do with me anymore. I can understand. The Council's workload is heavy. With your personality, it must be hard to use overloaded work, right? These old geezers at Namfa. They rushed us to provide a corresponding intel analysis not long after they sent out the data. We said we need 72 hours, and they compressed it to 30. Who negotiates reporting times like that? In their eyes, it's as if experimental reports can just appear out of thin air. The intel is indeed quite interesting. If Nell's guess is correct, and this power is related to relics, the struggle for this power within the Redundancy will definitely be fierce. By the way, Rebella told me about you looking for a job. As far as I know, since you submitted your resignation, quite a few people have extended an olive branch to you, right? Hey, don't suit me. Kalina pursed her lips. The experience gained over these past few years at Griffin and Namfa is worth its weight in gold, but it has also boxed her into a certain range, like a comfort zone. This is evident from the requirements of the olive branches that have been extended to her. I carefully looked over the job's requirements, and those aren't the things I truly want to do. Given the current situation, joining a relatively neutral organization might be the most suitable option for me. A neutral organization, huh? A somewhat playful expression appears on Pertka's face. Considering someone's current situation, I can understand your consideration. As if her thoughts were hit right on the mark, Kalina becomes a bit uneasy, but she quickly calms down. That's just one aspect. The main thing is that I want to try to forge my own path. A different path. Oh? Walk a different path? Are you sure your choice is the correct one? To be honest, I can't be sure. But in this world, there might be no such thing as a right choice or a wrong choice. What I can do now is perhaps simply make a choice according to my heart, and then do my best to make it work. Nell's memory blurs for a moment. Kalina's expression at this moment is actually somewhat similar to the person in her memories. No matter what choice is made, one should follow their heart and make it the right choice. Nell turns to Persica. You brought a good candidate, Professor Persica. Don't rush just yet. Her thoughts are still uncertain. A good candidate? It's like this, Kalina. Regarding the recruitment for my lab, it is indeed restricted to researchers. However, Nell's organization is currently looking for an operations manager. It's right up your alley in terms of expertise. Are you interested? What kind of organization is it? It's, Nell, why don't you explain? Let's tentatively define it as a non-profit humanitarian or aid organization. However, it also handles exploring contamination zones, collecting both biological and non-biological data, and establishing an intelligence network. The team is still being built. The expected scale won't be very large. Highly efficient and streamlined personnel is my goal. It's actually due to lack of funds, right? Nell puts up her glasses. We will have a source of funding very soon. But we have absolutely solid combat support and a background in scientific research sources. However, just as the professor said, we currently lack a leader who can maintain the team's daily operations and integrate and sort all of the resources and intelligence. And as for organization goals and operational planning, neither Perska nor I are very good at them. But if it's Miss Kalina, I'm sure you're up to the task. In charge of operations and resource integration. Seeing Kalina hesitate, Nell adds, the position may not look much different from your previous job, but you will be facing a completely different environment. We are a newly established team. Everything needs to be figured out on our own, instead of following rigid rules and processes. Here, your talents and possibilities might be fully realized. The compensation might not be too high, but if you want intel, I think we can provide you with data outside of the clearance of Namfa. Seems you really are quite fond of her. Yeah, because she reminds her of Dr. Gray. After seeing Miss Kalina as a candidate, there's no one else in my mind more suited for this position. Not just because we have meaningful connections. More importantly, I think we are like-minded. Nell reveals a friendly smile, which makes her originally somewhat cold and rational researcher image much more approachable. I really like people who strive to find a way out of the mist, because I'm like that too. Well, how about Kalina? Interested? She currently has connections with the Phi and State. The quality of the resources and intel in her hands are quite good. Oh, isn't there also a former Stasi agent as a capable helper? That's a bit of an exaggeration. The capable helper. Poor Kevin. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I will consider it actively, however. There's no need to rush. You like the type who thinks things through. So of course you should consider it clearly. Right now, you seem to have something you care about more. Kalina deeply felt the sharpness of a top researcher in her heart. She nodded and turned to Perska. Excuse me. Regarding that unusual power scouted in the red zone, could I know more specific information? Perska nodded and casually handed the research report on hand to Kalina. Amidst the dense data, Kalina spotted a familiar name. Helena? Is she also related to this new organism being mentioned now? Highly likely. Kalina flipped through the documents for a while longer, then finally neatly stacked them and handed them back to Perska. Her solemnity, like handing over her own resolve. I was the origin of everything regarding this commission related to Helena. If I hadn't given this job to the commander, so many unexpected things wouldn't have happened later. I mean, you shouldn't really blame yourself for that. That child must be hiding some secrets, and is highly likely to be intelligence related to Paradis experiments. All evidence currently points to Paradis having research and driving a massive conspiracy. Even if I leave Nampa, I want to find out the truth behind all this. Should I say welcome, Kalina? Unified goal is the premise of cooperation. We welcome your temporary addition, Kalina. I'll find an opportunity to introduce you to my companions later. For this investigation into the unknown organism, we've already dispatched dolls to conduct a further search in the red zone. The unknown organism survival range is limited. The UNSC has a record of one attempt to transport fragments of the organism to the green zone. The biological fragments first underwent a brief period of expansion and growth, but died completely shortly after entering the green zone. No clear habits can be analyzed from the current remains. Further investigation must be pushed forward within the areas where the organism is active. Halfway through transport, the organism lost almost half of its volume within the isolation chamber. I hypothesize that a certain level of radiation concentration is essential for survival. This is very similar to Helena's physical condition. Most of the experimental subjects survive in areas with a certain level of radiation energy. Previously, we only extracted some active tissue from the creature. Losing vitality due to being too far from the main body or being unable to adapt to sudden changes in the environment could also be reasons. The latest ERNC's scientific expedition team will depart in 3 days, and their destination is the temporarily constructed laboratory in the Yellow Zone. Do you have any intention of going to investigate in person? Yeah, that's too troublesome. How can we let Perska personally do something so dangerous? To obtain first-hand data intel, one inevitably needs to get close enough to the new creature. However, anyone can do such a thing. There's absolutely no need for Perska to go in person. I would join the expedition team on behalf of Perska, obtain first-hand data, and synchronize it with the laboratory in real time. Nah, I can relax a bit during this period. Approved. At the same time, I will remotely monitor Perska's daily life every day. I won't let her work progress be affected. It seems so can't relax. I want to join too. If it's within the capacity of an advisor of Namfa, it won't be difficult to join the expedition. Perska takes the refilled coffee handed over by Leibniz and gently blows it over. However, you aren't anymore. Whether you can pass the approval is not a certainty. This isn't the only way. I'll handle this matter. Sorry, Leibniz. The special communication devices and defense equipment you asked for are all ready. The devices will be hard to use for a long time in places with too strong radiation. Pay attention to the duration. Safety first. I'm not really worried about the Yellow Zone. If I guess correctly, this kind of creature should be unique to the Red Zone. To investigate its living environment clearly, a trip to the Red Zone will be needed sooner or later. It's a doll job, not yours. Want to live, don't run around. I don't want you getting into trouble and blaming it on the anti-radiation device I developed. The highest specification anti-radiation equipment currently available also cannot guarantee prolonged safe operation for humans in the Red Zone. It's unable to operate for a prolonged time. Not unable to operate at all. Only by delving deep into the red zone can we accurately investigate the organism's energy source and confirm whether it is truly related to the relic power you mentioned. I have no intention of throwing my life away. Don't worry. All actions will prioritize our safety as the first principle. You will only make people stagnate. Only the brave will know the whole truth. Brave, huh? Cleon looks at Leibniz in front of her. Even heading to the perilous red zone, there is no look of fear in the other's eyes at all. Instead, they brim with a sense of yearning. Confident, brave. Once upon a time, she might have had the same exact look in her eyes, daring to break into no matter how dangerous a place just to get a little closer to the truth. But sometimes, Cleon herself isn't quite sure anymore. Is what she wants to get close to the truth itself? Or to the man who is always chasing after it? After bidding for all the Persica, Cleona utilized her past connections to apply to join the expedition team. The request was approved with unexpected speed. Colleen, I saw your name in the application list of accompanying personnel. I'm not getting involved in this as a counselor of Namfa. I'm the highest operational person in charge for this operation. I see. No wonder my application went so smoothly. I watched you grow up all along. You're a very sensible and attentive child. Compared to him, you've always saved me a lot of worry. However, throwing a little tantrum occasionally is a common thing in the process of growing up. As someone playing the role of an elder, I should have offered more encouragement for this kind of behavior where you follow your heart. Once you leave Namfa, the outside world will be far more dangerous than you imagine. I'm not a child anymore. Handing in my resignation was a decision I made after careful consideration. No matter what happens next, I hope I can stand in a position where I won't regret anything and make some changes with my own hands. That's why I didn't stop you. Go investigate what you want to know. Just don't be too hasty. The gap of 10 years is not easy to catch up to. Be cautious. I agree. I think the 2D sprite was a good idea. After finishing a busy day, I was originally carrying 2 cups of sleep-inducing tea brewed by OTS-14 and Groza back to my bedroom to rest. They both got him coffee. Or tea. I was originally worried if drinking a couple of glasses would make me sleep too heavily, but this secret comms with Leva completely dispelled my sleepiness. So, originally I thought Colleen's plan was to utilize Mr. Kruger's connections to obtain more classified intel. But from the latest news I've received, she has already agreed to Leibniz's plan to delve deeper into the red zone to search further for new species and relic clues if necessary. This is outside the scope of the expedition team's plan. I can foresee the risk. But the future benefits Leibniz listed out truly tempt even me a bit. For scientists, keeping them from the truth is more excruciating than outright killing them. I have no choice but to pray that no accidents happen. Nonsense. Yeah, but that's the red zone, you know? Leibniz says that in her eyes, there's only a distinction between areas worth researching and areas not worth researching. It's one thing for us dolls, but Colleen suffered from Elid and barely got cured, you know? And she's going along with her nonsense. What if Colleen's body gets damaged in the radiation energy? It's outrageous, right? So outrageous. Only you can keep them in line, Commander. Leva seemed genuinely a bit angry, endlessly telling me about Colleen hearing like his future expectations and deciding to enter the red zone together to investigate the Bujum. Frankly speaking, we are really not unfamiliar with this creature recently, but I haven't had the time to organize this information and give it to Persica. Can you talk out of it? Or have Persica talk her out of it? Oh my. Haven't you figured out the core of the problem yet? Commander, once Colleen makes up her mind to do something, Maya or Persica's advice will be useless, you know? After all, she's already going to. Leva covers her mouth and deliberately blinks her eyes, indicating that some things cannot be revealed. I can glean from her tone that she might be hinting for me to pay attention to something. It seems Kalina has made other major decisions and doesn't intend to let me know. What else? Although I can confess all my secrets to the Commander, it should be up to Colleen herself to decide whether to tell you about her matters. For now, what should we do about the Red Zone expedition? It would be best if we could stop her, of course, but she insists. What are the current specs of the escort? Lena and I, as well as Sapo and Rebella, would definitely be there. We also agreed to not to enter the deeper core areas of the Red Zone. The security force provided by the UNSC can guarantee basic safety. But in the event of danger, I don't really trust them. There are too many unpredictable situations in the Red Zone. The UNSC security forces have no reason to lay down their lives for unplanned work. Leva, you're hoping I'll do something, aren't you? I wonder if there's a brave knight willing to suddenly protect Colleen and us to prevent accidents from happening. Sync your coordinates with me at all times. The comms in the Red Zone are unstable, so I can't guarantee I can be by your side at all times. Setting an action squad to stand by for support near your location is still doable. The dangers there are more numerous than you imagine. Help me hold Colleen back a bit, Leva. Is this considered a commission mission or a personal request? Is there a difference? Of course! The commander's personal request is an entirely different existence form of mission. Some rewards cannot be paid with money. Just like this communication. What I have. Recently improved tomatoes have just ripened. Do you want me to find a chance to send you some? Tomatoes? Everyone isn't that kind. What tomatoes? Is it communication with Commander? Princess Leva, how can you keep a secret from me and secretly have it all by yourself? Lena, why are you suddenly... He was in a better mood than usual today, and she was walking a lot faster too, like she was going on a date. Although the changes in Leva is very subtle, details like this could never be hidden from me, the one who knows her best. I was secretly observing her all day, and sure enough, Leva has a little secret with the Commander behind my back. I know Leva misses the Commander just as much as I do, but because of the difficult situation he's in right now, she can't directly solve all the most troublesome matters for him. Even the distance is far. The distance between our hearts is very, very close. Stop. It's getting weirder and weirder the more you talk. Do you want to go directly to the Commander? We should all at least tell the Commander in advance. After finishing the work at hand and ensuring intel safety, visiting the Elmo. That's something in the plans. Yeah. Leva, I knew you were the best. I want to go see the Commander with you. Take me with you. It just so happens that I'm lacking in commander element recently. I'm lacking in commander element? What the fuck? Can I sneak on the ammo for a vacation? There's no so-called commander essence provided. Since you're coming Leva, it's probably not just for a vacation, right? You really are unromantic. I work hard, and what I want isn't some commission fee you give me. However, there are indeed other matters. There's something I need to bring to you that can't be transmitted over the network. Ah, right, Commander. Do you want to see us right now, or not? Leva smiles cunningly, and from the curve of her lips, I understand her mischievous intent. If we meet, it means things didn't go smoothly, and Colleen and she might both be in danger. Conversely, if things go well, as far as they are concerned, I was never anywhere near. This kind of contradiction would be indeed make someone in her position able to see through everything, find it amusing. Of course. I really want to see you all. See you later then, Commander. We'll meet again very soon. Wait, it's over? Just like that? Was I a step too late? Commander, I miss you so much! It's so late, the Commander should rest too. Leva mouthed a few words at me, which I could faintly make out as meaning, keep it a secret. Luna didn't know about the private deal between me and her. I nodded at her, considering it was an agreement to the matter. We looked at each other with a wry smile, already tacitly agreeing to this trip in our hearts. Leva winked at me, and then closed the communication. Kalina may have changed a lot over the years, but when she makes up her mind to do something, nothing can stop her. Let me in! That's my wife! Meanwhile, in the Legion of Doom, Zimmerman sat in the conference room, reviewing daily reports from various departments. His current status was no longer just a high-ranking executive in the conglomerate. As the chief of Odessa, data and intelligence from the URNC were constantly being compiled before him from all over. Zimmerman had the right to know outside the conglomerate's channels, relying on the URNC's information channels. He made massive interferences in the conglomerate's decision-making. A higher perspective gave birth to his ambitions and made the conglomerate's current decisions more covert and gradual. Your Excellency, the conglomerate's top management remains divided. Most of the higher-ups, after hearing your proposal, believe we should maintain a cautious attitude regarding the recent cooperation with Paradis, and suspend all collaborative progress if necessary. I'm afraid that the URNC's investigation in Paradis will drag out some under-the-table exchanges that shouldn't be exposed. URNC's sensitivity towards relic power isn't something those outsiders can easily interfere with. Based on deductions from previously collected data, URNC's current investigative focus isn't on us. They're still fixated on investigating that abnormal energy fluctuation. The data Heli can receive is also within my control. If Your Excellency has more information to provide, here is a list of all URNC scientists participating in the investigation with the new species. URNC has stepped up its investigation of the Red Zone, so we must strengthen the pace of our investigation as well. Do you want me to monitor the daily actions of these scientists? The risk of getting relic-related intel from UNC is too high. By changing our approach, we can still get what we want. I will establish contact with these scientists on the list as soon as possible. I believe they will not refuse more superior treatment. Have Blue Spear tail the UNC investigation team. As for Darcher, you are clearer on her recent performance than I am. Handle her to see fit. Yes, sir. When necessary, find an opportunity to bring back the organism the UNC is currently. As you wish, Your Excellency. In the yellow zone, within a temporary setup, UNC laboratory, the first batch of scientists to arrive are methodically dissecting the habits of an unknown organism based on existing intelligence. Before everyone lies a dying deer-like Boojum. Its limbs look as if large chunks have been gnawed off by a massive unknown creature, and tiny, eerie red organisms coil around the edges of its wounds. As time passes, the red organisms pulsate slightly as if alive, constantly gnawing at the Boojum's remaining limbs. The Boojum, in the state of being devoured by the unknown creature, continuously lets out painful wails. It attempts to escape several times, but is restrained on the operating table, unable to move. Hello, Sop. You decided to just change your clothes? Well, so gross. Gargling like a monster that devours living creatures? Sapo had squats on the edge of the operating table, staring at the Boojum in front of her with great interest, seemingly a bit eager to try something. Hey, Leibniz, do you think this kind of thing can eat our frames? Sapo, don't touch it randomly. Be careful not to get this stuff on you. I'm just running hot. Yeah, she's just hot. That's it. I haven't tried it. Current test data indicates that it has a clear preference for elid creatures and Boojums. It's still unclear whether they are artificial or natural products. If they are artificial, they are highly likely to be the same as Helena. Yeah. Based on our current intel, there is another existence that clearly use Boojum cells. Third-gen dolls. Hearing the term third-gen dolls, Leibniz clicks her tongue, her displeasure evident on her face. It was clearly Persia who first defined third-generation dolls. Never mind Liko. Some unknown bastard not only stole Persia's research, but also hijacked the definition of third-gen doll. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I need to apologize for something like this. The concept of third-gen doll being touted now is completely not the concept Persia originally envisioned. Listen well. All of you whose underlying neural clouds have been adjusted by Persia fit the concept of third-generation dolls in Persia's mind much better. You absolutely could not lose the third-gen dolls developed by the conglomerate, understood? Huh? I didn't clearly hear what you were saying just now, but I definitely won't lose. But as far as I know, the third-generation dolls from the conglomerate can transform. What? Rebella, hurry up! You also can transform like a Tokatsu heroes we watched together earlier. Beat down all those third-generation dolls from the conglomerate and prove that you are the strongest. How's the line go again? Sapo seemed very dissatisfied with the fact that third-gen dolls can transform. Imitating Rebella's usual appearance, she raised one hand and then pointed handsomely. Come on, count your sins! Oh my! That's quite the impressive threat. Ignoring the noisy dolls, Lightness explains the current situation they're facing. We currently don't have any dissectable samples of a combination method between Boojum cells and frames. As long as there are samples, I can participate in the research and investigate their basic structural principles. Even if 13 dolls use Boojum cells, their main structure is still the frame technology. All scientific research and achievements are developed further on the foundation of past research. Lightness looks at the new organism discovered on the Boojum before her, her eyes darkening. The new organism encountered this time has the structure of plant cells, and is very similar to Boojum cells. Ah, crap. I think it's happening, guys. I think this is it. I think we can finally say the word. It's coming. If such a creature was artificially manufactured and produced, it's hard to imagine if their use of relic power has reached a terrifying extent. Leibniz' seemingly casual estimation set off a great wave of Kalia's heart. There are completely different views on relic power than UNC. Even the faction opposing the massive abuse of relics has to admit that relic power is like an unexcavated treasure trove, hiding unimaginable resources. Once it is proven that relic power can be easily harnessed by humanity, the future landscape will be like Pandora's box opening, setting off a storm of blood and gore. Don't be afraid. I'm just worried about the future. If we can use the current data to find the main body or nest of this new organism, we'll be able to further understand its biological characteristics. Seeking the truth is my duty, after all. As long as the structure of the power can be dismantled, Prescott will definitely have more genius inventions. Before setting out, Prescott specifically told me, I'm leaving it to you. Since I can't go personally due to being busy with work, I feel very at ease leaving to you. I absolutely cannot fail to live up to our expectations. The analysis of the new power is a race we absolutely cannot fall behind in. The championship belongs to Persica. I feel like Persica isn't coming simply because she finds it troublesome. She isn't as obsessed with intelligence as you think. Safety is more important. The true body of this creature might be like Play-Doh. In the future, when we encounter elites, we can just throw this at them and let them eat the elites and boojums. Damn, that is some scary foresight. Holy shit. This soft squishy monster doesn't run as fast as Boojum. When the time comes, bang! And they can be easily taken care of. It's not as simple as you think. Judging from the activity of the unknown organism, the remnants of the unknown organisms currently on the Boojum creature are highly likely to be 1,000th of its true body. No, even 1/10,000th of it is possible. If the main body of the unknown organism is too massive, even if it's not highly aggressive, it'd still be very troublesome to deal with. If its current state is highly likely because it was separated from the main body, losing its core energy supply, which caused it to die rapidly during the transport to the green zone. If we want to unearth more intel, our goal remains the same, the red zone. The radiation there is too strong. Staying too long will endanger our lives. Huh? I'm not going to just randomly die. The NRC say the anti-radiation vehicles they provided are top tier? Just a bit too big. I've seen anti-radiation vehicles. They're practically a giant tank built with ceramics and metal, and it doesn't have the robotic arm I need at all. How am I supposed to adapt to the terrain and take samples with us? We arranged a special model vehicle for you. However, the anti-radiation equipment takes up most of the space, so it can't carry any people. Many people. I don't need people getting in the way. It'll disturb my work. Yeah, fuck people! As the experiments steadily advanced, investigating the habitat of this brand new organism also became imminent. Even knowing the dangers of going out to explore, the scientists of the UNC still actively signed up for field investigation missions. Leibniz even volunteered for the task of collecting samples of the unknown organism and signed a series of risk acknowledgement agreements. Several scientists, including Kalina, rode an especially made anti-radiation vehicle towards their destination, while Leibniz, for the sake of the collective collection mission, rode alone in a smaller anti-radiation vehicle. The security team drives in a surrounding formation on the outside of the scientists' vehicles, escorting everyone to the area where the abnormal organism was first discovered. Since the investigation in the Yellow Zone found no further traces of the unknown organism, while the scientists temporarily stayed inside the anti-radiation vehicles, the dolls took the lead to enter the Red Zone for follow-up investigations. The communication devices provided by the UNC are not very sensitive in the Red Zone's environment, and often fail, only able to transmit back partial intel intermittently in phases. Following the clues, the first unit had already found the Bujum-created creature nest, captured by the UNC. I can see the, Yeah, okay. Leibniz, do not go any deeper into this area. Currently, the driving condition of my vehicle is good. It will not be affected by the road conditions at all. On the other hand, the vehicle you are in is so bulky, it cannot pass through near places at all. By taking a detour, who knows when you'll be able to catch up to my speed. I don't want to return empty-handed. Leibniz, be careful. Don't worry. If I encounter a problem I can't solve, I will immediately evacuate towards the main force. Rebella, Sapo, how's the situation you're in? Following your idea, we successfully destroyed a Bujum. What, they just casually destroyed a Bujum? What do you mean, you successfully destroyed a Bujum? You just did that casually? What, you just punched it to death? I'm placed in an open area to try and attract an unknown creature. So far, we haven't seen any traces of the creature we're looking for. Sapo went to find the other Bujum nest. Is Sapo? It's Sapo. Hey, look, man, even Voy couldn't just casually destroy some Bujum. I wonder if there's any cute-looking Bujums. Okay, so she is destroying them. I don't know how. It's like, We gotta remember, when there were 3 Boojums against the commander basically said, yeah, the best thing we can do against Boojums is to run. That's what he said. Try to gather the Boojums into one place. The unknown creature's predatory nature will definitely make it react to the food. So I just need to lure all these things right in front of me together, right? Messages coming through the comms channel are unstable, stuttering frequently. Just as Leibniz thought this investigation would still take some time, she suddenly heard a suppressed gas and the sound of wind created by swift running. Found a trace. The on-site feed came in intermittently. Leibniz saw the footage provided by Rebella. The red substance clung to the ground like a slime mold, as if attracted by a Boojum scent. It spread towards its prey at an extremely slow speed. The red slime mold in the footage stretched endlessly. From the distance, it looked like a thread spreading infinitely deeper into the red zone. I'll be right there. We can definitely find this nest by following the red slime mold. Its main body is likely unable to move easily and should be some distance away, which is why it can only hunt for prey by spreading. Once the creature preys on a Boojum, sever a part of its body, bring it to the vehicle, and we'll send it back for research. Leibniz drove the radiation-proof vehicles quickly, rushing towards the coordinates provided by Sapo and Rebella. Upon arriving at the coordinates, the blood-colored creature was spreading like tentacles over the Boojum's body. The Boojum, having been attacked by Sapo, was already at death's door. Okay. It was currently in a resting state, completely unaware that it had been targeted as prey. Suddenly, a sharp, mournful cry rang out. The originally harmless thread-like substance unexpectedly expanded, spreading upward like tentacles and firmly gripping the Boojum. The still panting Boojum struggled to get up. Those cells, which previously looked like a mycelium, and now morphed into tentacles, tightly wrapping around the Boojum's body. Do it! The blows from Sapo and Rebella's guns poured out, attacking the red tentacles that had suddenly grown huge. However, they found that the entity was expanding at an uncanny speed after devouring a small portion of the Boojum's torso. The substance, initially like red threads, quickly expanded outward and multiplied into physical form. Countless tentacle-like branches continuously grew upward, firmly suppressing the fleeing Boojum. It wasn't until Rebella and Sapo's bullets shattered the blood-red tentacles that the Boojum finally escaped the tentacles' controlled area in a sorry state. Seeing the Boojum panicking and charging towards her, Leibniz dodged instinctively, only to realize the red tentacles' predatory speed was even faster. The seemingly harmless red tentacles instantly expanded in volume several times over, spreading ceaselessly and turning into a crimson wave of blood that crashed down upon the Boojum, completely engulfing it. After capturing the Boojum, the tentacles lifted and tossed it around like a toy. The discarded Boojum crashed heavily into the vehicle driven by Leibniz. Oops! Unable to dodge in time, the entire vehicle was completely flipped over onto the ground like a toy. You know what? I completely forgot there were battles. Don't worry, I'm fine. But the car won't move. Linus, your wheel keeps spinning round and round. It looks like a caught crab. Sappo, I'll keep that creature pinned down. I want live samples. Remember to keep a sample. Got it. Let's beat it up first. Cellular assimilation, similar multiplication. Touch of hell. Spare cursed touch. Yeah, your touch is cursed. Huh, didn't get one shot. Alright, so for Darcher, there's nothing that... There hasn't really been a cutscene where Darcher and Voyamostina in her mech fought. It was Darcher and Voyamostina without the mech. And while Voyamostina didn't get defeated by Darcher, she couldn't outright defeat Darcher. And it was definitely a matter of, like, Darcher not being pressed that hard. So she's definitely the better... Maybe not, like, stronger than Voy, but maybe even... Maybe a little bit better, but definitely not weaker. Darcher didn't transform either, right? No, she didn't transform. She certainly did not. The Butum serving as bait had unknowingly been smoothly swallowed by the unknown creature. Rebella attacked the spreading creature with bullets, only to find that simple attacks were merely a drop in the bucket against this kind of creature. The roaring vehicle had been tainted with the cells of the fleeing Bujums, and was treated as shelled prey by the blood-red tentacles. Together with the Bujums still making their final struggles, it was swept up into the writhing red mass of flesh. Don't come any closer! This creature is tangled too tightly. Rebella, who went to rescue first, is controlled by the blood tentacles, rapidly being pulled towards its core along with all of the other prey. Rebella still stares fixedly at the vehicle not far away where Liveness is being held, making Sappo stay away from the still squirming blood tentacles to avoid getting caught up in them as well. You bastard! Let everyone go right now! Sappo charges at the very front, tracking the whereabouts of Rebella and Liveness. But whenever she gets close to the blood tentacles, those creatures continuously climb onto Sappo's frame, entangling her tightly into a posture that seems as if they want to envelop her entirely. Sappo continuously attacks the blood tentacles in front of her, but due to inefficient firepower, her forward progress is stalled. Watching the blood giant tentacles gradually leaving, Sappo completely gives up on controlling the distance, and merely increasing her firepower output blindly to try and break through the encirclement. Alliance continuously transmits to the General Command Headquarters the intel that the Vanguard unit encountered a biological attack during the process requiring the test subjects quickly reaches Kalina's ears. Likeness, confront the situation. I'm fine. It should be that when the Bujins fled just now, some tissue fluid got into my car. This creature took my car as food. I'm safe in the vehicle right now. Except this spinning a bit much. The creatures pose no threat to me in the short term. Leibniz will rescue as soon as possible. The communication from Leibniz was intermittent, and the connection was soon completely broken. Upon learning the intel transmitted by Leibniz, the enthusiasm of the entire scientific expedition team skyrocketed. While Kalina is thinking of rescue countermeasures, many scientists have already proposed sending a rescue team and are even willing to volunteer to take over Leibniz's remaining work just to obtain more intel on the new species. Fortunately, such requests were not approved. Many casualties had already occurred during the encounters with the unknown creature. The mission supervisor, located at the Yellow Zone Laboratory Command Center, ordered the remaining personnel to first escort the researchers who were still outside to a safe location, before further arranging more firepower for rescue operations. For safety reasons, the researchers who originally stayed in the laboratory were also ordered to evacuate. Lena refused to evacuate with the main group, and instead stayed in the red zone with Leva and Lena to search for the whereabouts of Leibniz and Rebella. Rather than waiting for UNC's follow-up rescue forces that might arrive who knows when, it's better to take the initiative into their own hands and rescue and confirm Leibniz's safety as soon as possible. This is what Kalina currently believes is the most necessary thing to do. Leibniz will definitely be fine. On the other side, the vehicle Leibniz is sitting in is tightly bound by the blood tentacles. As the vehicle endures the external pressure, it emits bursts of creaking sounds. Leibniz's heart leaps into her throat. Fortunately, the enemy's target is not the vehicle itself. After the blood tentacles consume the Bujin fluid residue on the outside of the vehicle, they give up on continuing the attack, and instead wrap around the vehicle with Leibniz inside and drag it away. After confirming that UNC's vehicle wasn't severely damaged in the attack just now, Leibniz, strapped in her seatbelt, widens her eyes inside the vehicle, admiring every detail she can observe. She even feels a sliver of luck. This accidental opportunity allows her to investigate everything about the unknown creature in a safe environment. How could his power suddenly increase so much? Although it might be because it swallowed food, with this kind of expansion ratio, if this is the effect obtained from just eating a little Bujin, then it won't be long before the entire red zone is done for. Perhaps there's another reason. On the Elmo, Melanie, who was originally drinking with Mei-Ling, suddenly becomes stiff. A palpitation from within causes her to subconsciously let go, her gaze turning towards the distance. An inexplicable attraction emanating from the red zone makes her recall, once again, everything she once tried to escape from. The water cup in Mei-Ling's hand fell to the ground, and a sound of shattering was heard. "Don't you have water bottles?" Mei-Ling was just about to comfort her and say she would handle the broken cup, but saw that Melanie was already hunched over and squatting on the ground in pain, panting agonizingly. "Melanie! Commander, coughing! Melanie seems to be feeling unwell!" I hurried to Melanie's side and pulled her into my arms, while Kulfing quickly examined Melanie's condition. "Melanie, where's the hurt?" It's them. Something seems to have gotten into my head. Melanie closed her eyes in pain. I reached out and held her hands that were covering her ears, looking at Colfing. Her body temperature's risen, and her heart rate accelerated quite a bit. But I didn't hear the voice Melanie mentioned. So noisy. She keeps calling me. I believe what you say, Melanie. Don't worry. We are all by your side. You don't have to respond to that voice in your head. This situation is very similar to the reaction we had when encountering the Neater previously. It is highly likely that the enemy is summoning them. If Melanie is suffering this much, then Helena... Colfing and I exchanged glances. By the time I bring Melanie to Helena's room, the child has once again hidden herself in the box. I don't want to listen, but even if I hide, I can still hear it. Rosa, evacuate Melanie and Helena as quickly as possible. It's no use. No matter how far, if we don't fulfill the promise, it will keep calling us. Other companions will hear it too. Melanie lifts her head, her face bearing a look of resolve. Melanie, you can't escape. You must go over. Only by going over can the voice stop. Melanie, rest well and endure it a little longer. We will immediately. I sighed and looked over at Mei Ling. Melanie, please make a travel arrangement for everyone as quickly as possible. And prepare my hazmat suit as well. Although I didn't know what we would find this time, Melanie's reaction left us no choice but to return to the red zone once more. Predator's experiments are affecting this world more and more frequently, adding to Melanie's suffering, and highly likely to push the development of everything towards the outcome I don't want to see. The reality that makes me somewhat anxious is that, right now, just traveling back and forth as a single suspicious area is already exhausting enough, while Predator's tentacles might have already extended to every corner of the contamination zone. Relying solely on the ammo and adults on board, I ultimately won't be able to truly stop Predator's plan. So this time, I must find their current key figures. New day! Calls from the void. By the way, can we all agree that Sapo's model, 3D model, is fucking fantastic? I personally think it's the best looking model in the game. The expedition team's message reached Kruger immediately. The accidents suffered by the researchers were still within acceptable limits of loss. One researcher is missing, and several security squads were killed in action. Such casualties are still within the acceptable losses for the RNC. By the way, this is moving kind of fast. It's going much faster than usual for a story. The new species tracks have been confirmed, and related habits are under further investigation. The commander in charge of the Frontline command task obviously adopted a relatively conservative strategy, requesting more firepower support under the premise of prioritizing the safety of the remaining personnel. The scientists of the entire expedition team are thrilled at the discovery of new species. Not only did they refuse to evacuate back to the White Zone, but they also proposed a plan to delve deeper into the Red Zone in search of new organisms. No scientist could refuse the temptation of becoming the discoverer of a new species, nor could any person in power refuse the temptation of becoming the controller of a new power. A power capable of devouring a Bujum, and seemingly controllable, was enough to trigger struggles from many parties, but everyone hoped this power would belong exclusively to them. Hidden beneath the ordinary rescue mission was the struggle of due power among various factions, as well as the greed to control the entire situation as fast as possible, regardless of the cost. Who the fuck are you? Monty Security. Okay. I guess my call just came right on time, old friend. Your information channels are quite efficient, Crashes. Kruger looks seriously at the person he's communicating with. The man before him is precisely one of the founders of today's Monty Security. In an even earlier era, they were once comrade in arms. World War III. Although Kruger could never say he liked or appreciated him, he still had to admit the other party's talents in operations and intelligence. The benefits of having many old friends is that 3 minutes ago, I was just asked if I had a team capable of directly entering the red zone to conduct deep exploration. Who asked you? I can't tell you that. For the sake of our past as colleagues, it's not impossible to sell you this information. However, the price... Your sense of smell has always been sharp. Are you looking for a piece of the pie by coming to me now? Monty Security can serve anyone. As an employer with background will elevate the clearance level of our execution squad. Whether you're in sea to execute rescue or exploration missions in the red zone, instead of giving them to unknown, untested PMCs, it's better to delegate them to professionals. I initiated this call with you precisely to recommend myself. You're not that kind-hearted. Monty Security's response time is fast enough. I guess that's the benefit of maintaining independence. Not to mention, we already have a stockpile of anti-radiation vehicles capable of entering the red zone. I think these are not things that all PMCs can possess. This is a race against time. I'm definitely not the only one who's gotten the news. Let me guess. The fact that this job fell into your hands is highly likely because you know some details. Things are different now. There are no walls in the world that don't leak wind. I'm guessing the relevant departments responsible for ruins investigations are already pushing forward with related work. Just threats are meaningless to me. This is not a threat. I'm just analyzing the pros and cons with you. If you let other departments stick their hands in, you'll be in a lot of trouble. Fortunately, the red zone is a place that even UNC's own forces rarely touch. Most higher-ups avoid it like the plague, because it is a plague, by the way. My security has always served the financial conglomerate. You're being quite proactive this time. Money talks. Working for anyone is still work. Only sufficient funds can nurture top-tier talent. For the sake of our past time as colleagues, you need me, Kruger. I am absolutely confident in my sense of smell. By cooperating with you, we can both profit. Can you guarantee that all the data obtained by my security must be provided exclusively to me? That is truly a strict requirement. I know you've always been a successful merchant. To think I believed your nonsense back then, thinking you were really planning to retire. Hasn't the profit from Griffin's spam fed you enough yet? It was so many years ago. I'm the one who gave those retired soldiers a hard card hold cash. If I hadn't taken action, I'm afraid that cruel Griffin would have chilled the hearts of quite a few Griffin veterans. You never done anything without profit. What do you want this time? Some opportunities for us to dig up some intelligence personally. Compared to waiting for others to provide intelligence on authenticity, I prefer obtaining first-hand, absolutely true information. Only charging the fee for the rescue mission is the biggest concession I can make. The scientists and their entourage on the list must have all be brought back completely intact. Even if one is missing, I have the right to question the mission's fee. You're just as detestable as always, but I'm getting older, so even that part of you makes me feel quite nostalgic. I'll prepare as quickly as possible. If we go too late, the safety of the personnel will be out of our control. Keep your people in check. It's best not to disclose information that shouldn't be revealed. Don't worry. It's a very experienced team. Speaking of which, they even have some ties with Griffin. In a modern security laboratory, Lentine, who else would have been? Lentine takes a series of data reports handed to her by Connie. Or Kenny, is Kenny. Before her eyes, Igla is clearing out the simulated enemies in a test area at maximum speed. The third-gen doll followed Lentine's orders, constantly attempting more stringent target requirements. Piercing, slashing. She strove for perfection in all actions, even when the proposed target requirements exceeded the standards the third-gen doll could achieve in the past time and time again. Igla merely executed them silently, never raising any objections. I didn't expect the various stats of the third-gen doll to be even higher than initial expectations. No wonder everyone wants to rent a third-gen doll. Even the military is flocking to them. With her around, the capture rate of the frontline missions should drop quite a bit. If we could get her more involved. I dislike entrusting the crux of mission to soulless dolls. Relying too heavily on dolls is tantamount to tying one's life and fortune to a chariot driven by unstable glass fluid. Adjutant, are you still worried that dolls betray us? I only trust myself. Modifying the foundational settlings of a doll is difficult, but certainly not impossible. Without a sufficiently rigorous underlying framework, we could be betrayed at any moment. I can only use the most basic methods to ensure that third-gen dolls can be controlled by us. Has Lisa not found a suitable candidate yet? If she still can't find anyone, have her personally take charge of dismounting the neural clock conditions of the third-gen dolls. Companions who possess the ability to dismantle the underlying layer of a third-gen doll and must also be completely loyal to us are indeed quite hard to find. I am planning to have her look for suitable candidates outside of modern security. I'll definitely recruit the talent you want as soon as possible, Adjutant. Recruiting talent? Lentine. It seems you've been doing quite well lately. Not only did you get an extra third-gen doll, but the formations under your command have increased a lot. All of them combined might not even be as many as your people, Roddy. Want to borrow that third-gen doll from me again? As long as you know. This time, she has already returned from executing her mission. You can't use the still on a mission excuse to reject me again. Kenny, tell him about Igla's upcoming assignments. Yes, ma'am. This afternoon, English assignment is to test the limits of the launch security new Bulwark class dolls. Expected to last until 11 p.m. Following that, the next day, she has to work testing weapons defense capabilities. Just tell me exactly when she won't have a mission. In about 300 days. Added Lentine has already placed your rental request in English schedule. If no other high priority jobs are temporarily added in the meantime, we'll be able to lend her to you in about a year. Lentine, since when he has too much work? Don't you think you can turn me down like this? I need it right now. Ronnie frowns, his face filled with displeasure. Lentine can completely guess that Ronnie's so-called borrowing most likely means he won't return the third Jin doll. She has always refused with high-sounding reasons, leaving Ronnie unable to find any fault. Just as a communication request comes in for Lentine, she casually flashes her communicator in front of Ronnie. Sorry, new work has arrived. Mr. Crassus wants me in his office. Kenny, take good care of our guest for me. If you want to see the Durchin doll, take him to see her personally. Make sure he doesn't get too close, though. If he accidentally gets injured, we won't be able to afford the compensation. Yes. Why would a founding veteran like him want to see you personally? I don't know. Maybe because I have a third Jin doll? Also, just so any non-Girls Frontline 1 players know, Lentine was not in Girls Frontline 1. At all. In the executive office of the Monty Security, Crassus was looking at Lentine's profile in front of him, as well as all past mission completion reports of the squads under her. After a round of screening, the most suitable candidate to execute Red Zone-related work has basically been determined. To ensure the mission can be executed smoothly, Crassus decides to personally meet the person in charge of this upcoming mission. Lord Crassus, you looking for me? Don't be so nervous, Lentine. I've read quite a few of your mission reports. Judging from the casualty rate and mission completion rate, the squad you manage has displayed a level of professionalism that exceeds industry standards. Not long ago, when my security suffered an internal crisis, it was your squad that handled the situation on the scene after the first opportunity, preventing further expansion of the losses. That is where my duty lies. You're looking for me. You have a new mission you'd like to assign me? I like dealing with smart people. I need a squad with experience in exploring the red zone that can set out as quickly as possible and complete a mission for me. When searching the completion status of missions in the yellow and red zones, only one team appeared within my viable options. My subordinates indeed have more experience with dangerous areas, especially compared to those cushy units focused solely on protecting conglomerate executives. However, even for the most experienced soldiers, the red zone is hell. May I ask about the details of this mission? Without due respect, many nobles born in the white zone and green zone cannot understand the dangers of the radiation zone. The best plan to ensure their safety is to avoid unnecessary entry. Rest assured, it's not a rich person's whim. It's a rescue mission. A commission from Nampha. A commission from Nampha? Why would Nampha get involved in the red zone? Sounds rare, right? Actually, not necessarily. Someone capable of sitting in a high position in the white zone wouldn't be stupid enough to kill time in the red zone. Since they dispatched their main forces there, it is naturally for the power discovered there. What I'm about to say is special intelligence known only to the military's top brass, and a very small number of individuals. Crassus leans forward with feigned mystery and lowers his voice. Organisms potentially related to the power of the ruins have already appeared in the red zone. You may be young, but you experienced the Frankfurt incident back in the day. How much do you know about the truth of that event? Very little. Most of Linting's understanding of the Frankfurt campaign came from official reports. She knew that there was always some intel that was reserved only for higher level superiors to know. Everything she has experienced in the past now became the stepping stones for her stride towards the truth. The man in front of her was slowly opening a door to deeper secrets for her. The relics. They are miracles of civilization hidden by another era. Super-scale creations whose mere remnants completely shook human history. Once its power descends, it will completely change the current operating logic of the world. It already did, by the way. During the incident in Frankfurt, the ruins were briefly open for a while. Just being open for that period triggered a series of chain of reactions. When the event occurred, Mind Security is also internally involved in an investigation regarding radiation energy. At the time, no noteworthy intel was found. No, it's also possible that I simply didn't have the clearance to access higher level intel. The energy traces in the Viv are extremely similar to any fluctuations in the Frankfurt back then, which is why they're investigating so deeply now. Let's get back to your mission. Currently, an entirely new organism has been discovered by the Red Zone. Whether this new organism is related to relic power, nothing is conclusive yet. But it has displayed an adaptability to the environment of the Red Zone, even being capable of devouring Boojum organisms. This characteristic is enough to draw everyone's attention. Long after the Livid incident occurred, I had already begun preparing the corresponding anti-radiation equipment. It's so that they can be put to use when needed. A sufficiently brave squad, unafraid of death, and a squad with a great enough curiosity is required to ensure that we can snatch first-hand intel. I can give you some time to think. The mission should be very urgent. There's nothing to hesitate about. I'm willing to accept the mission. Young people are indeed full of energy. However, my current team composition is not to safely enter and exit the Red Zone. All of my security resources will be open to you. You can requisition as many resources as you want. Don't disappoint me. Right. Here's a list of investigators provided by the UNC. Normally, the primary objective of this mission is to ensure there's the evacuation back to the Yellow Zone. As for the intelligence gathered from communicating with the scientists during the process, as well as all data obtained from exploring the Red Zone, I'll sync them with you immediately. This is a great opportunity, Linting. Building good relationships with the folks at the UNC will be extremely beneficial to your future in every aspect. I won't let you down. Linting walks briskly out of Crassus' office. The thrill of learning unknown intel is spreading outward from the depths of her heart bit by bit. After all these years, from a nameless nobody, she has finally gained the favor of a big shot. Linting has a premonition that this trip to the Red Zone will be her opportunity to intervene in a new situation. Linting quickly flips through the intelligence in her hands, issuing all requirements to her subordinates immediately. Awaiting her is a future where opportunity and risk coexist. Cancel testing missions. Prepare to depart quickly as possible. We're heading to the Red Zone to execute the rescue mission. Kenny, Have the people below make full preparations to respond to the departure order at any time. Departing to the red zone? That's too rushed. Logistics might not be fully prepared in time. I already told Lisa to mobilize all sources. Every request will be greenlit. We will take a transport plane. The red zone side can't wait for much longer. Also, distribute the intel on the new creatures so that everyone has at least a basic understanding of these unknown beings. This mission is very dangerous, and the factions involved will be more than we imagined. Red zones, new species. Could they be monsters developed through the human experiments by those guys? We'll know once we go and see for ourselves. Oh no, she's hot. Adjutant Lentine, the transport plane's departure time has been arranged, but I might have made a bit of a scene this time. To arrange your travel schedule, I demanded that the missions and schedule of the other squads make way for us. For your NC missions, making more noise is a good thing. If we don't have enough armaments, borrow it from other teams first. Don't be polite with them. Is Ronnie's team okay too? Then I'll just put in request to borrow from them. Right. About the intelligence analyst. Have you still not recruited one? Even I can't conjure up talent like that out of thin air, you know. Your requirements are too harsh. You don't even want those posts in the military. I screened until my vision went dark. Want to do it yourself, then speed up. This talent is very important for our future. Yes, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Alright, this is the unknown creature report you asked me to gather just now. No related intel has been found, and the materials of the UNC has really made public. However, among the list of names you provided, I checked the public itineraries of several scientists. There is a conference that quite a few of them will attend. It's a scientific seminar, and the participants are mostly top scientists and upper-class individuals. Professor Persicaria is also one of those speakers. Our topic is doll technology. There are also some other interesting topics, such as how to utilize radioactive creatures, and speeches related to radiation cleanup plants. I guess you might be interested in this. We can arrange your outing itinerary to rest at the same hotel as them, or enter the venue and under the pretense of executing an escort mission. Wait a second for me. I will attend personally. The identity requirements for the ticket are a bit troublesome. An invitation deadline for this event has already passed. However, please assure Agent Lentine, I will complete the mission. Lentine, what's going on with your people? Proudly requisitioning weapons from my side. And what's it even approved? And how's it even approved? What kind of trick did you pull? Just like your past applications, temporarily borrowing a companion's equipment when facing the emergency mission. The workload of my next mission is somewhat heavy. I have already been specially granted all requisition permissions. If you mind, you can come with me to the Red Zone to complete the mission. And arrested? The Red Zone? Why would they go there for no good reason? To rescue a certain important scientist. Maybe we could even make some useful friends. Seriously, Ronnie. It'd be a pity if you didn't get involved in something this interesting. We'll talk about it when you come back safely. What a suicidal maniac. Show some more care for your subordinates. I don't need you to tell me that. Thanks to the resource mobilization by the highest levels of monitor security, all preparations were completed with extreme speed. After the air corridor was cleared, they could take off at any time. She has Leon and Krauser? Only at this time did Lentine feel the resource advantage brought by being in excellent company for the first time in a long while. Red Zone. After completing its hunting behavior, the blood-colored tentacle creature drags his body towards its nest. Rebella struggles free from the restraint of the blood tentacles and heads in the direction of the vehicles. The closer to the nest, the narrower the surrounding area becomes, and the area of the spreading tentacle creatures becomes increasingly astonishing. Rebella finally manages to break free from the attack range of the blood tentacles, but the next second, the blood tentacles haven't fully retreated, suddenly attack and wrap her up. And this time, it takes the blood tentacles to turn. Rebella has already fallen quite a distance behind Leibniz's vehicle. The suddenly rioting blood tentacles seem to be controlled invisibly, mechanically executing instructions. Hold on. That's better. Inside the anti-radiation vehicle, the creak sound made Leibniz's heart leap to her throat again, as the vehicle was dragged bit by bit towards a narrow area. Seemingly unable to immediately digest the food before it, the blood-red substance wrapped around the vehicle Leibniz was in and moved towards its habitat. Leibniz tried to observe the external situation, but found that the surroundings were almost completely enveloped by the red organism. The concentration test report inside the anti-radiation vehicle proved that Leibniz's location was already in the red zone. Leibniz tried to contact Sapo and Rebella, but the messages sent out were like stones dropped into the sea. Fortunately, being inside the vehicle, her safety was temporarily not a concern, but judging from the damage to the vehicle, how to break free from the unknown organism's control and evacuate back to the yellow zone became a problem. Leibniz wasn't very afraid. Instead, she focused her attention on the dismantling and investigation of the new creature. Suddenly, the tentacle creature, originally wrapped around the anti-radiation vehicle, retreated, and the vehicle was placed back to the ground. A visitor suddenly appeared in the area environment. Just as Leibniz was still hesitating whether to open the vehicle, she saw the control system open the door on its own. Hello! Good day, ma'am. You are dolls? Two unfamiliar dolls appeared before Leibniz. The pink-haired doll wore a polite smile, while the blue-haired doll stood behind her with a cold, hard expression. Yes, we are currently executing red zone exploration work, and unexpectedly discovered traces of human survival. Out of curiosity, I paid a personal visit. Fortunately, you don't seem to have been harmed by the enemy. The other party's attitude is bizarrely respectful. Showing up so abruptly in a place like the red zone naturally made vigilance and suspicion peak in Leibniz's mind. Yeah, have you seen any other dolls nearby? I have companions who should be around here. That is uncertain. I do not recommend that you stay in such a dangerous place for long, or rashly go out looking for their whereabouts. Compared to dolls, your safety is clearly more important. Of course, Leibniz wanted to leave here, but Leaving with unfamiliar dolls was undoubtedly an unwise choice. The airtight logic of the doll in front of her was exactly like the old foxes she often dealt with in the workplace, seemingly thinking of Leibniz wholeheartedly and trying to make her let down her guard. However, regarding the current situation, once a conflict occurred, she originally had no chance of winning at all. Leibniz suppressed the impulsive emotions she had developed at 16 Lab and brought out her professional communication skills as much as possible. I need to contact them in order to leave. You wish to explore the Red Zone deeply. Why travel with us? Pardon my bluntness, but in this kind of environment, ordinary dolls might not be able to function normally. But we are different. Our capabilities should far exceed those of your companions, and we plan to investigate deeper into the Red Zone. Having a human scientist with us can help us make more accurate judgments. It's because it's from Leibniz's perspective. What do you think? I think they just showed the name right there. I don't know then. Leibniz watches Cocoon. The other party is wearing an elegant gown that completely contradicts the atmosphere of the Red Zone. Her every move like a siren bewitching sailors. Unknown creatures retreating easily, appearing before her calmly in the Red Zone, and an inexplicably friendly attitude. No matter how you look at it, it seems like an elaborately designed trap. The other party seemed submissive, but absolutely appeared before her eyes with an arrogant attitude, letting her know that right now, they were her only option. In this kind of environment, we're complete strangers. Why are you offering to help me so proactively? What is your actual goal? This kind of performance is simply draining energy. But Melanie didn't get angry. She could only try her best to deal with the doll in front of her to maximize her own survival rate. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Cocoon, and this is Blue Spear. Third generation dolls belonging to Sat Febin. The conglomerates. Leibniz subconsciously feels a sense of disgust, but considering the combat power of third-gen dolls, the probability of escaping from her via violence or sudden action is further reduced to infinitely low. I had thought you would know of Blue Spears in my existence. I miscalculated. A scientist like yourself must keep busy with research work on normal days, rarely paying attention to other existences. I still know a little about the intel of third-gen dolls. I have always been very interested in Miss Persicaria. Where do I come from? Why was I born? And what am I searching for? I'm ashamed to say, such thoughts constantly linger within my level 2. At first I thought that this was something all dolls would ponder about, but regrettably, that wasn't the case. Perhaps it's an innate habit of being an intelligence processing doll? Such doubts have always troubled me. While investigating Miss Persicaria, I also frequently saw your name. The research of you two is extremely outstanding. The moment I met you, I had a desire to compete with you. I hope you won't blame me for my presumption. Persica's achievements are enough to make everyone remember her name. I didn't expect the conglomerate's tasteless scientist to be able to develop an interesting doll like you. Hearing Persica's name, Leibniz gained some psychological support and courage. What would Persica do if she were here? She had no way of knowing, but if she dies here, Persica would definitely be very troubled, right? There is still so much work to complete. If she lost herself to die due to impulsive recklessness, it would only disappoint Persica. She approaches Cocoon, maintaining a minimum safe distance, and meticulously observes the doll's frame in front of her. Man, her tits are huge! Even if there's no way to know her intentions, perhaps she can uncover useful information from her equipment and frame's condition. Her overly passionate gaze made Cocoon suspect that if she nodded in agreement, the scientist in front of her would not hesitate to dismantle her for a more detailed investigation. External optimization focused on enhancing combat power is utterly meaningless. The essence of Doll's evolution should be upgrading the underlying neural cloud. Is it deduction and thought exhausting all known possibilities? Or merely pretending to think by inputting computations and sorting priorities? Only dolls who have truly elevated themselves can break through the limitations and arrive at answers uniquely their own. I'd really love to hear you talk about it in detail. If you don't mind, Bluespear will arrange your itinerary. We still have plenty of time. We can take our time getting to know each other. Cocoon sidles immediately up to Leibniz. Like an excellent listener, she echoes Leibniz's ceaseless chatter. As suspected, Lady Persicaria, many of her patents are practically divine creations for us dolls. Oh my. I really hope I get the chance to meet Lady Persicaria in person. I understand how you feel. Persica isn't someone just anyone can meet. Leibniz quietly widens the distance between them slightly. Contact with the Cocoon always makes her feel creeped out, as if every inch of her skin is being calculated. If it's just communication over the comms, it should be possible. As a small reward for helping you, this request shouldn't be too much, right? Bargaining. Would a doll from a financial conglomerate talking to Persica? Persica might be interested. Cocoon glances at the silent Bluespear. The anti-radiation vehicle Leibniz is riding and quickly starts moving under Bluespear's control. Don't worry. We will be responsible for your safety. Could you tell me more about Persica? I'm so curious about our creator. Whether intentionally or not, Cocoon approaches Leibniz again, sitting next to her and ambiguously discussing everything related to Persica. The doll in front of her notices her fondness for Persica, and is roundaboutly flattering Persica's achievements. If she rashly clashes with the doll before her or shows non-cooperation, it will undoubtedly be detrimental to her own safety. Leibniz could no longer pulls away. Enduring the discomfort, she continues to play the part of someone interested in third-generation dolls while chatting with her. The vehicle they are in slowly starts moving. Outside, Sapo, who rushed over for the rescue, finds her path blocked by the sudden appearance of Darcher. Stop shouting! Your companions are being well entertained. Unless necessary, we absolutely won't mistreat researchers. Maybe the scientists you're trying to protect are sitting in their vehicle right now, drinking hot tea and enjoying a leisurely time, having completely forgotten about your existence. However, your companions might not be enjoying such leisure. Looking at the current situation, I'm afraid it won't be long before they turn into a pile of scrap metal. You're really disappointing me. Doctor casually saunters over to Sapo, pointing her umbrella at Robella, who is entangled by the blood tentacles nearby. The blood tentacles are treating Robella as food to be devoured and are attempting to assimilate her, though they haven't succeeded yet. Enormous pressure was exerted from the outside, completely squeezing Robella's frame. Fortunately, before exploring the red zone, Persica had upgraded Robella's frame structured in advance. External pressure temporarily hadn't caused severe damage to the Rebella's frame. Realizing that the blood tentacle's attack logic was very simple, Rebella stopped struggling. She was adopting a motionless posture to try and alleviate the blood tentacle's offensive momentum. Sapo subconsciously rushed over to try to save Rebella, but was stopped by Rebella shaking her head. Don't come over, Sapo. The density of these monsters' bodies are extremely exaggerated. They can only be destroyed with heavy firepower. Once caught by them, it's very difficult to break free from their restraints. We can't have you captured too. The creatures virtually wrapped around Lifeless's vehicle only dispersed quickly after being controlled by third-generation dolls using a special method. They can control these creatures. You have to be careful. Hey, you there! You don't want me to bite you to pieces. Look over Bella right now! It's been so long, and you're still as crude as ever. Listen more to the remarks of your smart companion. Or is it that your neuroclod is not yet civilized enough to understand noble speech? I'm very smart. You're the idiot. I just see how you'll talk after I beat you in the scrap metal. Come on, you're not scared, are you? Fight me right now! What a mad dog, I know. Your companion has already warned you. If you get close to me, be careful not to be swallowed by their blood tentacles. I wouldn't mind fighting you again, or fighting this trapped one. But you all look very ordinary, completely lacking in any special qualities. I don't really understand why she's so curious about you. Someone is interested in us? Is it someone among you third-generation dolls? Or someone else? Lemon said that there's no way dolls like them, built using stealth technology, can compare to Rebella. Oh, I get it. Did you kidnap Rebella because you want to know what a true third-generation doll is? Since you're so pitiful, stop struggling. Come here and let me tear you to shreds. Oh shit, I love that look. Best look ever. The person who created you must have dozed off while working to produce an inferior doll like you, completely devoid of any elegance. Person doesn't slack off, but her greatness isn't on a level that you, Parasol Woman, can understand. Parasol Woman. Don't be impulsive, Sapo. Currently we have no direct conflict or clash with her. There's room for negotiation. Sapo negotiating. In the red zone, there's no need to consume too much of our combat power. You're quite the pacifist. However, in terms of naivety, you're exactly the same as that mad dog. Do you really think there's no direct conflict or clash between us? If so, wouldn't there be nothing to worry about? It's a pity. We are no longer in such a friendly state as having nothing to do with each other. You come bearing ill intentions. That's to say, we are already in a formal hostile relationship? Is it convenient to disclose why? You are former subordinate of that Griffin commander, right? Commander? Yeah? Is your relationship good? That's none of your business. Of course it's fine! Rebel likes the commander the most. She likes him so much that she's collected a bunch of photos of him in your neuroclaw space. Sapo! How did you know? No, this is confidential. There's no need for you to tell us our privacy. Oh, come on, what's it matter? Does Rebella think her feelings for the commander are something to be ashamed of? Everyone admires the commander. Of course not, it's just that... Besides, look at her ugly face! It's obviously highly effective! Rebella follows Sapo's gaze and stares at Darcher. The latter seems to guiltily raise her hand for a split second before Darcher covers her face. Rebella is certain she actually saw an expression rarely seen on a doll's face, a mixture of hatred and obsession. A vulgar joke. This commander has become the UNC's highest priority top wanted criminal, so the dolls under his command should also be considered dangerous individuals, right? So even if I catch you for interrogation, you shouldn't have any complaints. However, I have an idea. How about this? If you draw a clear line with him right here and admit that this human is an unstable, dangerous element who should be executed immediately, I might just let you off. Spouting all that nonsense to yourself? Do you really have a death wish, don't you? Sapo, I still have something to say to her. Huh? Hurry up! I can't hold back anymore! What do you want to say? You shoddy doll made by Persica? Judging from the factual conclusions, the underlying framework of the conglomerate's third-generation dolls all originated from Persica's research. I thought you had some substance to you. In front of a former Griffin doll, there are 3 things you absolutely must not do. First, insult the commander. Sapo, leave me. Deal with her. Okay. This mad dog. Thanks, boy. For some reason, Rebella couldn't understand. Dodger's conditions seemed very bad this time. As if her frame maintenance wasn't comprehensive enough, or maybe she lacked energy. Her power output and speed had dropped drastically. She was already no match for Sapo, whose frame had been reinforced multiple times, just like her own, and she was even equipped with Persica's remolding pattern. Oh! Sapo didn't have a molding pattern back when she fought Juno? Okay. And also she got enhanced. Seeing herself at disadvantage, Darcher quickly moved towards Rebella's position, causing the advancing Sapo to stall her actions. Rebella, who had originally broken her frame mostly free of its bindings, was instantly entangled by the blood tentacles again. Along with it, within visible range. The pulsing rhythm of the blood tentacles sped up significantly. Rebella's limbs were twisted to their limits, sending sparks flying from her joints. Take one more step and I'll turn into scrap metal. Sapo, do it! Damn it. I don't like fighting with classless beast. It will only dirty the hem of my skirt. Do you want me to let go of your companion? Very simple. You just have to take her place. Before I finished speaking, Darcher threw something in Sapo's direction. The blood tentacles originally binding Rebella suddenly loosened, and in the next second, the blood tentacles surrounding Sapo abruptly increased. The trap! Breaking free of her restraints, Rebella raises her gun and shoots at the blood tentacles, but those creatures completely ignore the attack, instead charging at Sapo's direction. Sapo quickly retreats, Seeing those blood tentacles that suddenly appeared before her eyes devour the thing Darcher threw out at extremely fast speed. The blood tentacles temporarily stop attacking after devouring the object. Sapo tries to bypass the blood tentacles to go rescue Rebella, but the blood tentacles react faster than she does. Suddenly, the area of the blood tentacles rapidly spreads out, and in the blink of an eye, have already surrounded Sapo. Its volume can proliferate instantly. Retreat, Sapo! Rebella charges towards Sapo's direction with her gun in hand. An ominous sense of crisis suddenly envelops her heart. With the rapid expansion of the blood tentacles, she constantly checks on Darcher's condition. The latter lowers her head slightly, as if resisting some painful influence. She stumbles a few steps before gradually calming down. The volume of the activated blood tentacles has almost doubled, and they are continuously spreading at an extremely fast speed. It's that thing calling. Consider yourselves lucky. Today I have more important matters. Don't run! Rebella, who hasn't yet escaped the blood tentacle's attack range, was once again entangled by the enemy. This time, the blood tentacles quickly abandoned their stance of continuing to attack Sapo, and instead wrapped around Rebella, advancing deeper into the red zone. Sapo fiercely launched an attack on Darcher, but the latter completely ignored all the attacking moves, even though the bullets grazed her skirt. Darcher still rushed forward quickly. It was as if something not far away was attracting her, unceasingly calling for her arrival. Damn it! Where's the parasite woman going? Meanwhile, in Paradise... With Juno's fight, they did the math and it mathed out. Yeah. Inside Paradise's experimental stronghold in the red zone, liquid biological pods emit a cold, faint green glow, while experimental subjects born through cloning technology sleep peacefully within. Suddenly, the roar of engine sounds. The originally peacefully sleeping subjects began to tremble restlessly. An ominous aura gradually envelops the entire area. The subjects struggle painfully in the culture tanks, bubbles rising from within. Silent wails transmit sound waves difficult for normal humans to hear, spreading massively into the surroundings. The concentration of collapse radiation within the experimental stronghold suddenly spikes. The leaders, where expressions of intense focus, craving for the mutation to occur, but after waiting for a long time, the scene they imagine doesn't appear. The intensity of driving the test subjects has been raised to maximum. Within the seemingly normal space, multiple forces converge, almost distorting the space. Is it still not perfect enough? Such quality cannot be considered the perfect key. The previous test subjects are not far from here. They will return very soon. Increase emotional control over the test subjects. Let's wait a little longer. The leader's hand touched the outer wall of the incubation tank, expressionlessly watching the experimental subject displaying struggling emotions out of pain. It hurts so much. Save me. Come here. Save me. The cries at the bottom of the experimental subject's heart were like an invisible net, continuously spreading from the void. Even though they were far apart, the connection originating from the depths of the soul still conveyed its emotions to its nearby kin. On the Elmo, Melanie hears the cry for help from her compatriot. Even though she can't rush to their side immediately, she still does her best to soothe the distant plea. Her frail body curls into a ball, The agonizing emotions are like a drowning traveler who, upon fighting a savior, desperately clings to the seemingly safe rescuer with everything they have. These emotions almost crush Melanie, but she forces herself to stay strong, doesn't reject her compatriot's call for help, soothing the seeker with her own kindness. Just wait a little longer. I hear your voice. There will be a commander who can save us, coming to help you. Please wait a little longer. After the decision to explore the red zone was made, I immediately recalled that the few squads that could return the fastest to prepare for the upcoming exploration mission. The uncertainty of fighting in the red zone far exceeds that of ordinary missions. To ensure an avenue of retreat in case of emergencies, I did not arrange for the L1 to delve deep into the red zone, but instead left some teams on the vehicle to ensure Helena's safety. The remaining teams divided into multiple squads, pushing inward together to search. Upon encountering the enemy, they would support each other and coordinate combat in flanking formations. Zero skin. There's always booby jiggles. In terms of combat priority, searching for an eluding leader took precedence, while finding Professor Likeness and the others were a second priority. The door to the command room slid open, and Sextons walked in, bringing with her the slightly cool air from the hallway outside. Melanie is currently undergoing a checkup with Colfine. She should be fine. Thanks for your hard work, Sextons. It's good that Melanie is fine. What's wrong? I lift my head from the terminal's map data, just in time to catch a trace of solemnity from flashing across Sexton's face. She almost immediately pulls down the brim of her hat, trying to hide that strangeness in the shadows. Fine. You don't need to worry, Your Excellency. Let's head to the red zone as soon as possible. Are you sure? You need time to adjust to your condition. We can delay our departure a bit. Or you can stay behind for now. No! Sexton's voice suddenly rises, rejecting my proposal almost as an interruption. This urgency makes even herself freeze for a moment. No need. I have to go. Then, as I give up on hiding it, she explains it in a low voice. I felt the call again. The call? Just like last time? Sexton nods heavily. Her gaze bypasses me, casting out on the command room's porthole towards the wasteland whose true face no one knows. I know full well that direction is exactly where the red zone lies. This time it's not Star Abyss, but something else, rougher than her. Damn it. But no matter what it is, I must go and settle things with them. Thanks to your help, Commander, I will no longer be influenced and manipulated by them. But I still hear this voice. It constantly reminds me of what kind of monster I used to be. This time I will definitely be with you to defeat them. I gaze at Sexton's expression, resolute yet carrying a hint of worry, and nod heavily. The threat in the red zone must be eradicated as quickly as possible. I will personally lead the team to complete the mission. Go get some rest now. We'll be departing shortly. Thank you, sir. Having received my permission, Sexton's tense shoulders seem to relax a little. She bowed slightly to me and quietly exit the briefing room. I watched her leave, then pulled my attention back to the combat terminal. Almost all the forces that can be mobilized are gathered here, but thinking of the terrifying threat encountered in that castle, which once belonged to a nemesis family, and the expression of Saxon's face, I couldn't let my guard down. There must be a more detailed combat plan, and I need to sync up with the squad leaders again. With my head down, my fingers rapidly swiping across the terminal, I almost subconsciously called out that most familiar name. Groza, get ready and ensure everything is foolproof for each squad before the battle. I see this is already a problem. In the opposite room, originally somewhat noisy due to the combat preparations, two identical responses rang out simultaneously from my left and right sides. In an instant, all background noise vanished. The operations room fell into an extremely bizarre silence. Ah, shit. In the suffocating silence, two equally sharp gazes met and clashed in the air, seemingly sparking invisible fireworks. I think there's no need for me to prove to you who the commander was calling just now. Although my name is now OTS-14, it's not impossible for the commander to call me Groza out of habit. Commander, who just calling me just now? Groza did not show an expression of displeasure, but instead revealed a somewhat cheerful smile. However, in this situation, that smile was even more slightly spine-chilling. Mei Ling, standing not far beside me, clearly also felt this chill. She quietly shuffled closer to me and whispered in my ear in a low voice. Commander, Captain's smile is so terrifying. This time is clearly a large-scale joint combat mission, and I am very familiar with the combat styles of the various squads in every doll today. When Groza said the word familiar, she deliberately emphasized her voice and raised her eyes, not hiding her true intentions in the slightest. Reckless individual heroism cannot accomplish this mission. Besides, are third-generation dolls really stable? I don't think you can destroy a Paradise on your own. A crisp click sound. OTS-14 also revealed an equally kind smile, but her hand resting on the operator's room combat table was clearly exerting force in secret. The hard alloy table corner gradually deformed in her hand. We were all colleagues at Griffin. I'm afraid we've been through just as many battles together as you have. I'm very familiar with everyone's habits and combat styles. Even though both Groza and OTS-14 are smiling and their words don't contain any aggressive vocabulary, the deadlock aura still makes everyone present afraid to speak up. Mei Ling is quite frightened by this increasingly tense atmosphere. She hurriedly hides behind me, poking my back hard, signaling me to do something quickly. All of the companions present focus their gaze on me. Well, actually, this combat mission is very crucial. You two could also work together. I couldn't even finish my sentence before the temperature in the command room seemed to drop even lower than before. Commander? Groza spoke coldly. You should be very well aware that you are the most core and most easily injured character in this operation. Please prioritize your own safety first. She's right. And I have absolute confidence in protecting the commander's safety. So the most reasonable adjustment for the commanders right now is to let me go with you. Groza narrowed her eyes and didn't continue speaking. OTS-14, not showing any weakness, waited for my response just like Groza did. Based on the current situation, I need a reliable adjutant to go with me, and a proxy who can give me peace of mind to protect Helena and the Elmo. So... I'm sorry, Kaji-chan, Commander. I will confirm Helena's safety on the vehicle. Do you think I can't do the same things as you? I entrust Commander to you. Groza's sudden surrender caused OTS-14, who had been preparing to fight forward, to show a displeased expression. I hope to be able to make contributions to the commander and set an example for my companions. This is what makes me OTS-14. What makes me Groza. The command room falls into silence once again, but this time the tense, explosive atmosphere in the air quietly dissipates, replaced by a complicated and awkward calm. I will share intel with you in real time. This is a collaboration. Yes, a mutual collaboration to protect the commander. OTS-14 is clearly stunned for a moment. Somewhat surprised, she casts a look at Groza, even carrying a hint of bewilderment. Don't show expression like you've lost. If you want to come along, I won't refuse. Don't misunderstand. Just consider from a logical perspective. Helena's condition isn't very good right now. The person staying behind in Elmo will need to seek support from the dog community or the people of Makush, if necessary. So I am more suitable. We've also seen what's in the old castle. If you were left in Elmo and went berserk, I'm afraid no one could stop you. But if you're by the commander's side, you would definitely know how to exercise self-restraint. At the very least, you would actively choose self-destruction, right? So, I'm leaving the front line to you. I am with you at all times. Groza turns and walks towards the door. Just as her hand rests on the doorknob, she turns her head back and glances at OTS-14, who is about to retort. She pauses for a brief moment. Protect our commander well. The command room door opens and closes. This time, Groza doesn't look back again, walking straight out. Is it over? I thought the elm was going to blow up. Commander, the atmosphere just now is so scary. Actually, it's fine if everyone goes together, right? Melanie quietly pokes her head out from behind me, patting her chest as if letting out a long sigh of relief. I quietly sigh in my heart and pat Melanie's head to comfort her. Rest assured, they're both Groza. Even if they have conflicts, they will resolve them sooner or later. With a threesome. OTS-14 folds her arms and turns her head to look out of the Elmo's window. I will not betray her feelings. Please bear witness, Commander. Even if I had to show you such a disgraceful side just now, I still hope you will watch closely my true strength. Melanie glanced at OTS-14 with some concern, then looked up at me. Can it really be resolved? There will always be a way. I forcibly changed the subject under Melanie's distressful, "you says the same thing just now" gaze. It just so happened that Colfine's transmission came through at the right moment. How's my condition? Her painful condition has temporarily eased, and her physical condition indicators had temporarily returned to normal. However, given the current situation, we can't immediately relax. I'll keep observing Melanie's condition. Melanie isn't in pain anymore because the voice can no longer be heard. We have to go quickly before the flower withers. Only Melanie knows where the flower is. I can take you there. I don't want to bring Melanie along, but given the current situation, having Melanie with us will obviously help me find clues faster. The collapse radiation in the red zone will affect everyone's frames. Staying for a long time isn't a wise choice. This mission must be fast and precise, completed in the shortest time possible. Commander, I'll listen to your commands, so... I believe in you, Melanie. However, we must also agree that if it gets too dangerous, I will arrange for someone to escort you back to the Elmo. Okay. I won't cause trouble for the commander. As I constantly opened my mouth to tell Grossa to get ready, but I abruptly stopped myself, quietly raising my eyes to glance at OTS-14. The captain will stay behind to guard the Elmo. You guys pay attention to the surrounding movements. Yeah? You actually having OTS-14 go with you? I thought they'd be operating together. It's like you have it rough too, Commander. See my somewhat flustered expression. Coughing chuckles and winks. Commander, come back as quickly as you can. Everyone at Elmo will be super worried about your safety. Stay in touch with me at all times. If there are any abnormals around the Elmo, safety is a top priority. No problem. Just leave it to me. The operation begins on time at the scheduled hour. Before the division of labor was finalized, Nemesis was looking into the distance. I noticed the unusual fluctuations and high temperatures seeping from within her frame. Obviously, she was performing high-intensity computations in some way, and this might be the essence of what she calls divination. I didn't disturb Nemesis. This was also an agreement between her and me. Although it couldn't be seen on the surface, the divination she performed placed a tremendous burden on her frame, and once started, it was very difficult to stop halfway. After arranging for a monsoon squad to be responsible for guarding the area around the Elmo and standing by as the detachment, I had the Vanguard reconnaissance squad advance towards the target area along the dry riverbed, relaying intel on the assault team that will follow. Melanie and I will head straight to the target location indicated by Melanie in a vehicle, escorted by OTS-14 and Sextants. Meanwhile, Squad 404 and Helen will set out from the left and right sides of our vehicle, searching for all suspicious targets within the flank areas and sweeping for potential threats. After I finish the arrangements, Nemesis nods at me, signaling for us to head out first, while she somewhat laboriously walks towards higher ground, seemingly to make some preparations. Following Melanie's guidance, we continued forward. The scenery outside the window remained unchanged, exactly as it was when we first stepped into the red zone. Desolate, withered, and deadland, completely devoid of life. Wait, Commander! Melanie's voice was somewhat hurried. Stop the car. OTS-14 stepped on the brakes, and the vehicles came to a smooth stop. Melanie almost immediately opened the door and jumped out. I was constantly worried about Melanie's safety, but found that the child didn't show any signs of taking negative damage in the red zone environment. Just like before, Melanie seems to be even more energetic in this kind of environment. I don't know why you're surprised, dude. Don't just get out of the car. Get back in, Melanie. It's a very familiar feeling. What's wrong, Melanie? Melanie tightly clenches one hand into a fist, looking nervously in a direction almost entirely different from our route of advance. I felt it. A very clear sensation. Commander, everyone is over there. Everyone? Do you mean everyone like you and Helena? Melanie nodded vigorously, then turned back, staring tenaciously into the unknown distance. I can feel it. My companions, they are all over there, not far away. Melanie turned her head, anticipation flashing in her eyes, yet carrying a trace of conflict. because now there's 2 paths to follow. I clearly understood her thoughts, and I had long since decided to help her rescue her companions. I didn't hesitate, took up my communicator, and pressed the all squad call button. Attention all squads, we're changing our route of advancement. Temporarily change direction to. I watched as a relieved smile finally appeared on Melanie's face while I issued the order, so I casually ruffled her hair. Don't worry, Melanie. We'll save your companions. You're already very weak. They want to be set free. They want to destroy everything. Melanie is lucky, child, because she met Commander. After returning to the car, Melanie snuggled up beside me like a fledgling yearning for warmth. Under her guidance, we quickly moved towards that direction. After driving for a short while, Melanie abruptly looked up, staring high at the rock wall above and to our side. At almost the same time, sections in OTS-14 also looked up and locked onto that direction. OTS-14's combat instincts were even faster. At the same time she looked up, she had already slammed on the brakes. A massive rock plummets from the sky, crashing down with a deafening thud not far from us, completely blocking our path forward. The ground around us begins to shake and collapse. No, not collapse. As the sand and soil fall away, several doors slowly open on the ground. In an instant, enemies of similar attire pour out from the doors, appearing elegantly before our eyes. In just a short while, they have surrounded us. Their gaze are fixed tightly on the inside of our vehicle, reaching their hands towards it. Even though they don't attack, the moment Melanie sees them, she grasps my sleeve in terror. Commander, it's them. One of the members. I can't disobey their orders. Melanie's breathing quickens, seemingly recalling some past memories. She closes her eyes tightly and takes continuous deep breaths. I grasp her hands, wanting to offer her some comfort, only to find them icy cold and trembling slightly. These enemies really make Melanie this terrified? Mostly the painful memories from the past are too deeply ingrained. Melanie, I'm right here by your side. Don't be afraid. Other teams have received the message and are rushing to our side. For now, relying on sections in OTS-14 should be enough to hold out. D-68, you are indeed still alive. They said you betrayed us long ago, but my lord is willing to give you a special opportunity. What made you exceptionally different? Are these heretics the reason? Kill them, and we will give you a chance to atone for your sins. Praise our Lord, for this is a special pardon for you. The Needers in ambush immediately launched an attack on us. But OTS-14 reacts swiftly. She kicks the car door open and jumps out, loudly warning Melanie and me at the same time. Get down! Before her footing is fully steady, OTS-14 has already shattered most of the rubble, flying towards the vehicle with a flying kick. Then, forcefully shifting her posture midair, she reaches out to block the piece of rock meant to crush Melanie and me, and with astonishing strength, she throws it back towards the top of the rocks. The shattered rock lets out a sharp piercing sound like a cannonball, whistling as it strikes the figure appearing on the rocks. The Neater atop the rocks load her long staff across her chest, seemingly wanting to block the incoming debris, but she appears to have misjudged OTS-14's strength. A muffled collision sound. The Neater seems somewhat confused as she lowers her head and looks at her own chest. A massive gaping hole has pierced through the right side of her body. She lifts her head, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately just falls backward powerlessly. He has a way to track this child's whereabouts. They came looking for me. We can't escape, Commander. Melanie's voice already carried a few traces of sobbing. Fear was almost entirely swallowed her rationality. Yes, Helena D68. We are here to pick you up. LTS-14 did not hesitate to raise her gun and fire. The precise shot pierced Nieder's head, and she collapsed immediately. The Nieder, who should have fallen, had somehow appeared at the bottom of the rock, completely unscathed. She repeated expressionlessly. But the same as the one just now. There are a lot of them. LTS-14 says calmly, her muzzle already turned elsewhere. Punishment the sins. We shall bring salvation to the treacherous. Another identical Nieder stands up from the rocky sidewall. Immediately after, a completely black Nido appears. Then a third, fourth, more and more Nieders and Nidos occupy the high ground around us, completely surrounding us. Helena D68, come with us. More Nieders emerge from the shadows, their voices merging together to form an eerie chorus, repeating the same sentence over and over like a malfunctioning tape recorder. Melanie took a step back uneasily, grabbing the hem of my shirt and protesting softly. I want to be the commander. I won't go back with you. I'll visit your face in person soon, but not now. I'll provide some cleaning services for your master. In an instant, the spine-chilling chorus stopped. Only the howling wind remained in the barren canyon. The Nieder who appeared first tilted her head, seemingly considering the proposal. Then she extended the long staff in her hand, pointing it distantly at me. Those who hinder the spread of the gospel must be eradicated. All the perilous enemies surrounding us launched their attack at the same moment. Where do these motherfuckers come from? Thanks, boy. Paradis's offensive was more fierce and frenzied than imagined. Even though they weren't carrying heavy lethal weapons, relying on their massive numbers and control of the terrain, that black and white tide still heavily suppressed us. The terrain here was treacherous, and the rock walls were loose. To protect Melanie and me from being caught in the crossfire, and to avoid accidentally triggering a geological disaster that would bury us alive, LTS-14 had to give up wide area destructive weapons and rely on her frame's abilities for combat. Sexton stayed close to Melanie and my side, stalling the enemy's inward pushing encirclement, while LTS-14 turned to a black blade, attempting to carve a gap in the airtight perimeter. She charged like a cannonball towards the exit we came from, where 3 Nieders were tightly blocking the way. Other squads originally scattered around were quickly converging in our direction. I comforted Melanie, telling her not to worry too much. Get out of the way. LTS-14 dodged the Nieder's attack by leaning to the side, using her momentum to deliver a ruthless flipping kick that broke the frontmost Nieder's balance. Then, leaning down with uncanny speed, she dodged the crossfire from the other 2 sides by a hair's breadth. Supporting herself with one hand on the ground and engaging her core, she delivered a high-flying kick that sent it to flying. In midair, she forcefully changed direction, used her hands to brace against the rock wall, and finished the ambush with one last flying kick. Don't even think about passing! The needle that appeared alongside the needler falls, but the gap quickly closes, and new needlers and needles emotionally step up to fill the void. After so many years, the number of Paradus are still like weeds, endlessly sprouting no matter how many are cut down. After taking down a Nido and using his body as a shield to block enemy fire, OTS-14 handles it with ease, yet is still unable to break through the blockade constantly reinforced by new Needers. She immediately executes several nimble backflips back to my side. She swiftly reloads her magazine without the slightest hesitation, yet her tone takes on a somewhat solemn edge. Commander, if we keep fighting like this, it'll turn to a war of attrition. You don't intend to let us break out easily. Leave this to me. Paradus brought a lot of people, but he can't actually effectively pin me down. Give me 10 minutes and I can clean them all up. Retreating Melanie is not expected to yield good results. Stay by my side, OTS-14. Understood. Understood. I will stand guard by your side. Wait a little longer. The reinforcements will be here soon. Lead them to coordinate the coordinates I gave you, and we'll catch them all in one fell swoop. Suddenly, the noisy sounds of attack all around them instantly stop. The sudden dead silence is even more unsettling than the sounds of battle. The Paradus members who are furiously attacking all still their weapons. They cross their hands and interlock their fingers, forming some strange and intricate gesture. The Neater in the center raised their long staff, and immediately after, an eerie metallic chanting rang out. We walked through the long corridor, the crystals emitting a faint glow in the darkness. Thanks to the teachings of the Radiant One, our coexistence will be long and enduring. The leading leader raised her staff high with both hands. The surrounding Nidos also began to speak at the same time, their voices converging into an eardrum-piercing, low-frequency resonance. He will invoke the blessing of the highest. The Radiant One bestows the gospel. What are they doing? Wait, Melanie! I abruptly withdraw my gaze from observing the Neaters, my heart suddenly clenching. Melanie actually stood up at some unknown point. Her once lovely eyes had become hollow and lifeless. Losing all focus, like a puppet pulled by strings, she blindly steps out of the cover, as if wanting to join the Neater's ritual. What's going on? The Neaters are wrestling with Melanie? She literally just told you that she cannot resist them. I hurriedly rush out and pull Melanie back. To prevent her from being led away by that eerie voice again, I had no choice but to cover her ears and hold her tightly, while turning my head to call the sextons for help. But Melanie's condition is clearly off. She seemed to have inadvertently activated some kind of ability. Sextons, disrupt the ritual! However, the response I get is a groan of pain. Not far away, Sexton suddenly falls to her knees. Her hat slips off, and her weapon drops to the side. She clutches her head tightly with both hands, her face distorted in extreme agony. My frame, my liege, stay away from me. Amidst violent trembling, her frame begins to undergo a terrifying transformation. Something is writhing madly beneath her skin, as if a monster is tearing its way out. Despite this, Sexton still struggles to raise her gun with the last bit of her willpower. Amidst the violent trembling of the muzzle, it shakily sweeps past the leaders, past me, and actually points at herself. Can't control my body. You're Excellency! Run quickly! Not a gunshot, but a kick from the side. OTS-14 rushes in from the side and kicks the gun out of Sexton's hand, then pins down the rampaging Sextons. But after doing so, her own figure sways violently. Although her condition hasn't worsened further, she is also clearly in poor shape. My condition is also somewhat problematic. Who would have thought using only 3rd gen dolls was a problem with Paragus, who can control 3rd gen dolls? I don't know, all this kind of feels retarded right now, but let's keep going. An ear-piercing red alarm instantly tears through the tranquility of the command room. Groza's expression changes slightly, and she hurries over to the console. Mainline's communication request comes in immediately after. Bad news, leader. The bridging cells in Blue Sphere's frame on the ammo are showing a sharp increase in cell activation. The monitoring data has always been stable. How can it suddenly change? The cryo chamber was recently inspected. How about trying to lower the temperature? I've already tried. The radioactivity increase has slowed down, but overall it's still going up. If this continues, it will reach the critical value sooner or later. I'll be right there. Make sure you're safe first. Leave the vicinity of the cryo chamber and still out the area. Just as Groza is about to set off, the communication terminal on her body suddenly rings rapidly. It's a call from Kolfing. Respond, Kolfing. Blue Spear's boosting cells are forcibly entering activation. Get Kroll to go over first. What the fuck's Kroll gonna do? No way, Captain! Krok and I are both in here with Helena, and Hunt's condition just changed in an instant. How are Helena's stats looking? The instruments can't read them, but she clearly entered some sort of weird state. She was perfectly fine just a moment ago. I notify Commander. I tried to contact the Commander while reaching out for the Captain. But I can't get through to the comms right now. Krok is also trying to reach Nemesis, but she can't connect either. Don't be nervous. Even with an aerial beacon, unstable communication in the red zone are the norm. Prioritize ensuring the safety of everyone in the Elmo. Yeah, are we going to support the Commander? Groza ponders for a moment, and the extremely familiar figure who had just argued with her flashes through her mind. No. No need. She's over there. Like me, she'll do everything she can to protect the Commander. Our top priority is to protect the Emil and Helena. Groza strode out of the operations room while checking the equipment she carried, her eyes resolute. Melanie, contact Monsoon Squad and have them return to the Elmo immediately. At the same time, steer the Elmo away from the edge of the red zone at top speed. Melanie mentioned running away. Perhaps after putting some distance between us, the influence Helena is subjected to will decrease. Let's keep going. Blue Sphere current activation speed is too fast. We don't know when she'll go berserk. I'm hurrying over there. Temporarily activate the Elmo's defense systems. Then go rendezvous with Kolfing as soon as possible. Golfing, try to contact the commander. Tell the commander the almost direction of movement and sync Blue Spear's current situation. Grocer rushed to the room where Blue Spear's crowd chamber was located. The instruments in the room were still alarming continuously. The red warning lights were flashing, and the cell activation index was still rising. Looking at the soaring numbers, Grocer's expression grew heavier. She gripped her weapon tightly, preparing for the worst-case battle. The piercing alarm sound in the room suddenly stopped, replaced by the numbers on the screen, beginning to slowly drop back down. The activity decreased? Coughing, how's the situation on Helena's side? It's working, Helena's condition is eased. I'll have to evacuate a bit further. Prioritizing keeping Helena's condition at a stable level. Okay, I'll take good care of Helena. Hearing Colfine's affirmative reply, Grocer temporarily sets aside her tense emotions. Tries to establish contact with the commander again, but the other end of the comms remain unanswered. Commander might be in an area with strong class radiation in red zone. I mean, all of the red zone has strong class radiation, but I guess we're talking relative. Being able to be unreachable doesn't mean the commander's unsafe. If only I was by the commander's side right now. Commander, can I stay by his side forever? Regrets, longing, expectation, fear. Countless complex data points surged from the bottom of her neural cloud, making it hard for Groza to cope in an instant. She instinctively calculates what command adjustments she should make upon hearing the almost current situation, as if she were by the commander's side right now. Groza forcefully suppresses her complex emotions at this moment, rallies her spirits, and proceeds to arrange the action orders for the personnel on the Elmo. I should trust her. No, trust us. Upon receiving the commander's dispatch order, the squads ready exploring different areas rapidly converge on the commander's coordinates. Helen drives the vehicle, but her gaze involuntarily turns towards Nemesis, who they just picked up. Are you in good condition? Nothing major. The commander's side is more dangerous. We still have some distance away from the commander just now. Can you sense the things over there? Because he's my only lighthouse. Under the light, everything is crystal clear. Just as I was holding Melanie and taking out my terminal to confirm my companion's coordinates, the familiar roar of motorcycles and a pickup truck came from afar, tearing through the vivid air at an extremely fast vibration. The sound also let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. The bullets arrived faster than the vehicle. The pouring task quickly tore an opening in the enemies encircling us. Nemesis dropped down from the car. Unlike the other companions who were still dealing with enemies, she was the first to rush to my side, or to be exact, Melanie's side. At this moment, Melanie's eyes were tightly shut, and the pain expression on her face was already causing a cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Nemesis took Melanie from my hands and held her in her arms. The silent chains will one day be destroyed. Pray to the stars high above, and the calamity shall be purged. Commander? Nemesis? Melanie opened her eyes in Nemesis' arms. Her gaze wandered between me and Nemesis, and then turned towards the Neater not far away. Sleep peacefully. Do not listen. Do not respond. You are no longer the same as before. Bathe in the gentle light with me. Even though covering my ears was useless just now? Did you do something, Nemesis? Despicable heretic! Think you attempt to sever the link ordained by our Lord! We do not belong to him. Neither's influence on Melanie seemed to have stopped, with that section's no TS-14 again, and both gave me a slight nod. I'm fine, Commander. My friend has heard normal just now. OTS-14 supports the weakened sextons and gently places her by my side, then thoughtfully observes Nemesis, who seems to have activated some sort of firewall mechanism. Thanks. I haven't traveled this far, and will do so until the end of time. This is what I ought to do, Captain. Purge the heretics who offend our Lord first. The Needers and Needos originally surrounding us are being held off by the subsequently arriving Helen and Squad 404 members. As if sensing that the source of the anomaly was Nemesis, the enemy had been constantly attempting to break through the pinning fire and attack Nemesis. I'm fine. Nemesis is here with me. Go on. Eliminate all the enemies. Man, did the chat go insane again? Man, yeah, y'all went insane again. Yeah, so here is my personal problem with what's going on at the moment. It's not that I'm not asking for omniscience. That's retarded. But the thing is, he was told multiple times that this will be a problem, and he didn't have any, well, plans in place or contingency plans for in case that will happen. Basically, what's happening right now was luck. Which, by the way, luck is a big thing for the commander, but this didn't need luck. So Watergate, what the fuck? Square no skill, you're being dumb right now. So there was no two options like that. There was a third option of basically just put Nemesis on the truck with them. Because he already knows that Nemesis does have the ability to sever links with the Dirge Dolls with within part 1. And then there's also the aspect of just having the other dolls closer. Besides just completely far out. There are multiple ways that this could have been slightly lowered in risk than to just have only the 2 dolls and Melanie in the same truck with no one else. Yes, Cham, that's what it is. Risk mitigation. I'm not asking to eliminate all risk, but this could have been mitigated significantly. Like I said, this basically came down to luck. And I don't think it should have went down to luck. Dude, they're using Melanie as a tracker. They didn't have to search the vast desert. That's dumb. Have you, like, you keep saying that people need to read. You need to listen. Passion at the time. No, I'm not mad. It's just that I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here. But all right, let's go ahead and continue. With strong reinforcements joining, the course of the battle instantly reversed. The supporting dolls quickly eliminated most of the Nidos and gradually held the Needers firmly in control with an encircling posture. Seeing the disadvantageous situation, the remaining Needers left some Nidos to bring up the rear, while they themselves evacuated first in a sorry state. Fukai had intended to pursue and continue clearing out those enemies, but I stopped her. From the start, their target has always been Nemesis. The reason Melanie is no longer under their control should be because Nemesis is protecting her. No longer after Nemesis appeared, my frame returned to normal. What kind of move was that? EMP? This is frame energy readings. They don't seem to have anything special about them. Do you not feel they are normal? Except for solar interference caused by intense radiation, essentially none. It seems neither can only affect sections in OTS-14. Both of your frames should come from the conglomerate, right? Commander, I haven't felt that special influence either. Neither's area of effect should be limited to third-generation dolls. It seems the commander to change personal guards. I feel like it shouldn't be purely because of Nita's ritual. Tyson touches the brim of her hat, deliberating on how to describe her condition. Yes, I also felt some kind of influence, but it should actually be coming from Melanie. I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone. Not your fault, Melanie. Don't take it too much to heart. Just as I am comforting Melanie, the communication device rings. I press the answer button, and here grows a report the current situation on the Elmo. To ensure safety, I took it upon myself to temporarily move the Elmo away from the red zone. Once safety is guaranteed, I will steer the Elmo back to the designated extraction point. You did very well, Groza. There's no need to approach the red zone for now. My condition is unsuitable for continuing exploration, so I'll have to return to the Elmo. I'll have her to return to the Elmo. Arrange a squad to assist with evacuation. Yes, Commander. Everyone, Groza has sent a communication. The Elmo has now converged with Monsu's squad and temporarily left the edge of the red zone. LTS-14 raised her eyebrows but didn't interrupt, quietly waiting for me to finish speaking. Probably not long after the Nita started their mysterious ritual, Elena also experienced a fluctuation in her status, which led to the same activating changes in Bluespear's frame on the Elmo, but it was quickly undone. I look at Nemesis. She is currently leaning against the vehicle with her eyes closed to rest, seemingly recovering the energy she spent using her abilities earlier. Looking at it now, the needers must have influenced Melanie through to some means, which in turn caused a chain resonance between Melanie and the Brutum cells nearby. If that's the case, then it does explain why Sextus and I reacted differently. After all, our friends are not completely identical. And Nemesis does indeed possess an ability like a firewall. Nemesis didn't open her eyes, she just heard me call her name and give a slight nod. I looked at Melanie, who was sitting beside her, hugging her knees somewhat despondently, and walked over gently. Commander, I can't sense my companions anymore. It's too late. It's already too late. They all couldn't be saved. Couldn't be saved like me. Melanie didn't look up, just hugged her knees and stared blankly. Did I cause a lot of trouble for everyone? I squatted down, trying to be at her eye level, and softened my tone. How could I be, Melanie? You were just used by the bad guys from Paradise. It's not your fault. Then can I still continue forward with the commander? She raised her head, confirming carefully. I looked up at OTS-14 and Nemesis. Nemesis made no indication, while OTS-14 shook her head very slightly. I know you really want to keep going forward with us, but you're equally needed on the Elmo right now. Helena has also undergone some changes because of the needer that appeared just now. Could you please go stay with her? Is Helena not doing so well? Yes. Surely with you around, everyone in Elmo will be able to take better care of Helena, right? Okay, I'll return to the Elmo. But Commander, aren't you going back with me? Those companions, they can no longer be saved. I still have other missions, and others to rescue. Melanie, can you tell me the location of where you last felt your companions? A general direction is enough. We will split into multiple squads and search simultaneously. Right now, the most important thing is ensuring you and Helena's safety. I patted Melanie's head, stood up, and looked at Nemesis. Nemesis, both Helena and Melanie need you very much right now. Please, escort Melanie and regroup with the Elmo as soon as possible. Yes. Fledglings should return to their nest. But Commander... Nemesis suddenly looked at me seriously and grabbed my hand. If you encounter vicious beasts, please remember, since your blades have not yet gathered, and I have not completed my final puzzle piece, please avoid the vicious beast's fangs and claws. Do not be ashamed to flee. Is this a new prophecy? I'll remember it. Nemesis smiles faintly, stands on her tiptoes to gently touch my forehead, and returns to the vehicle the other dolls just vacated. Notify me as soon as you get back. If everything goes smoothly, you'll be able to meet up with the extraction squad halfway. After packing the equipment, Nemesis gets into the driver's seat, while Melanie runs over to my side. Commander, you must pay attention to your own safety. That must be a very bad place. Rest assured, Melanie. We'll see you on the Elmo later. Melanie gives me a big hug before reluctantly opening the door and getting into the vehicle. Watching the vehicle drive off, I look at the rough coordinates Melanie pointed out earlier in my hand and start considering our next arrangements. At this time, a set of secret signals happened to come through the communicator. The Fox signal indicated that the sender was none other than Leva, and what she sent was exactly the bad news I was worried about. Although they and Kalina were still safe, Professor Leibniz and Rebella had encountered danger. The coordinates attached to Leva's message lacked detailed information on the map, but one thing was crucial. It roughly matches the direction Melanie pointed out. I have no way of knowing if it's a coincidence, or if the prophecy nemesis left for me has any connection to it. But I know I have to go. The upside is that having the same goal means I don't need to consider splitting our forces. We just need to push forward. Downside is that time is running out. I compose myself and relay the orders. Maintain initial formation and continue advancing towards the direction Melanie mentioned for investigation. Several precise bullets hit the target instantly. The blood tentacles originally lunging at Sapo rapidly turned into countless tiny red veins, linking it to the ground and frantically spreading and fleeing towards the distance, disappearing without a trace in a blink of an eye. In the empty red zone, the wind mixed with dry gravel and high concentration radioactive dust whistled as it struck their faces, scraping against the surfaces of their frames and making fine sounds. Sapo anxiously slapped her communicator, attempting to call Rebella and Leibniz again, but the communicator only emitted an annoying rustling static sound. Return to normal already, piece of junk! Suddenly, a burst of noisy electrical static came through. The familiar tone mixed with the noise brought a glimmer of hope to the anxious Sapo. Sapo, can you hear me? Leva! Thank goodness! I'm looking for Rebella and Leibniz. There should be a tracker on Leibniz's car. Can you locate it? The interference in the red zone is too strong. It's already a blessing to be able to connect communications. Our coordinates are currently lost. Leva's first sent Sapo the coordinates transmitted from Leibniz's vehicle a few minutes ago. Although not the most recent, there is a high probability that Leibniz is near that coordinate area. Coordinates sent. We're on our way, Sapo. Don't do anything rash. At least wait for us to arrive before making any further plans. Inside the cabin, bumping along at high speeds, Leva turns on all signals, searching devices, terrain recorders, and analyzers. Filtering through massive amounts of information and readings. The team is a complete mess right now. Many scientists wanted to head to that area, but unfortunately most of them were stopped. The only truly important people here who must be protected are Kalina and Leibniz. Yet it just so happens that the two of them are at the very front lines of this commotion. And these unexpected tentacles are a threat for which no countermeasures were prepared for at all. Although she called the most reliable commander, even he can't arrive instantly. For this reason, Leva can only try her best to utilize her strengths, analyzing all information as much as possible to find elements that could slightly increase their win rate or chances of survival. The fact that Kalina and we secretly broke away from the team won't stay hidden for long. Confirm the exterior situation of that area first, and stay safe. Copy. Leave it to me. Sapo speeds all the way following the coordinates provided by Leva, finally stopping in front of a hidden building. Quietly pushing open the heavy doors, The place actually turns out to be an operating laboratory. The cold white light, the familiar line designs, this unsettling feeling inevitably brings to mind a Paradise stronghold. There are clearly traces of personnel activity here from not long ago. The machines emit a gurgling operational sound, which stands out exceptionally clearly in the currently quiet environment. Unknown experimental subjects are soaked in intact life support tanks. Sapo leans in closer, widening her eyes to observe the blurry flesh and blood inside the transparent tanks. Seeing that the other party doesn't move at all, Sapo extends a finger and gently taps the outer wall of the experimental tank. The creature inside the tank shows no sign of movement whatsoever. Sapo pouts in frustration and turns around to search other areas. In the empty laboratory, only her footsteps echo. Sapo opens her mouth, just about to yell out to confirm if the place is truly empty, but her ear sharply picks up a faint noise coming from behind her. It's the rustle of clothing and hushed conversation. Sapo quickly lowers her posture and slips into the shadows like a predatory beast. Several bedraggled figures retreat into the area. There are several Nidos and Neaters. Obviously not expecting enemies in this area, they are conversing with their guards down. The plan to control Lena D68 has failed. The link bestowed by our Lord is great, but why did it fail? No, initial control was successful. It's just that our neural link was forcefully severed later on. That person, or among those dolls, there exists an anomaly that can cause our link to have a projection reaction. Why have we never received any news before about the existence of something capable of severing our Lord's link? What are our companions doing? This is an act of absolute blasphemy. We must eliminate that heretic. The plan cannot fail. As long as we can resolve that anomaly, our plan will be able to be completed as scheduled. Use the existing experimental subjects and try again. The mission is above all else. No matter what, we must complete our task. With our remaining combat strength, we can't perfectly dispose of the enemies. It will take time for the nearest companions to arrive. They can't come over. Since someone has intruded, we must accelerate the completion of the ritual. As long as the superior can break out of his shell, nothing will be able to match it. We'll handle everything here ourselves. These sacrifices are almost depleted. There's no need to hold anything back anymore. Let's maximize the remaining value. Summon more hands to crush the enemy. Mere infantry power could never be a match for us. The leader walks around that row of tanks. As she operates them, a faint, eerie green glow surfaces. The previously motionless test subjects seem to receive some kind of stimulation and begin to struggle violently. The Neaters stand in front of the tanks muttering words, their sound waves constantly propagating outward. Hiding in the surface and hiding on the side, Sapo suddenly understands the anomaly Leva mentioned. Although she has no radiation detection equipment in hand, the scene before her looks exactly like an extremely dangerous biological experiment is underway. Suddenly, the vibrating sound erupting throughout the area stops, as if someone hit the pause button. Just as the Neaters are confusedly checking the experimental apparatus, they are surprised to find Sapo, who cut off the energy supply, standing openly in front of the console, even waving at them. The door is open, so I came to play. Pursuers? Although it's true I'm a pursuer, it seems you aren't the ones I'm looking for. Well, it doesn't matter if you aren't. After all, Paradise must be eradicated! That presumptuous. You will eventually become its food. The needle in front of her wasn't flustered by Sapo's appearance. She looked indifferent, placing her hand on her chest in a praying posture. An ominous prayer song lingered in the empty laboratory. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if something was getting closer and closer. Sapo didn't waste any more words and took initiative and attacked Neater, yet Neater merely defended herself clumsily, her eyes frantically fanatical and hollow, like a devout messenger welcoming a divine descent, completely ignoring the threat of death. Noises came from the static field comm channel again. Before Sapo could even answer, she heard a rising chorus of raucous roar. Oh, rancorous? Raucous roars in the distance. The sharp weapon spots the moment Sapo finishes speaking and stabs straight down towards her back. In the millisecond it takes Sapo to turn around, her neural cloud was already mapped out a fierce yet meticulous series of actions. Sapo grabs the body of the Neater, swings it into a spear, uses her free hand to grab the neck of another Neater, snapping it outright. The surrounding Neaters swarm up. Sapo rolls on the ground and fires continuously in the gaps of getting up, until the Neaters no longer move. Crawling out slowly from under the remains of the Neaters, Lena's voice rings in her ear once again over the comms. There are several Boojums charging right towards your position. What? I don't have time to entertain them right now. Before she even finishes speaking, the laboratory wall is violently smashed open. Several Boojum creatures roar and charge into the testing area, menacingly attacking in Sapo's direction. The properly placed specimen jars are easily destroyed in the chaos, with glass shards flying everywhere. A flash of anger crosses Neater's eyes, but this emotion is soon transferred to Sapo, who caused all of this. Don't be as hard to catch as those loaches. Soon, you will know who the food on the plate really is. Huh? Want to eat me? That's interesting. Seeing as I've been the one hunting you all this time. Mere prey trying to devour the hunter. Your taste? It's like this bunch of Boojums is way too terrible. Don't tell me I just ate them before. Hey, don't ignore me. Hurry up and fight me. Stop running. It's a failure here. It's a pity that these test subjects cannot attribute their final value to the higher ones. Before the hand is drawn over, we must leave to assist the ritual in other places. The giant Boojum creature that appeared in front of Sapo seemingly really treated her as food. While Sapo is forced to fight these frenzied Boojums, the Neaters use the chaos to quickly retreat, completely ignoring Sapo's exasperated provocations. Damn it! Stop pestering me! Sapo fights while retreating. The structure of the Boojums is different from the Sanguis Fairy and Paradise that Sapo is already familiar with dismantling, plunging Sapo into a tough battle for a time. At the critical moment, several streams of supporting fire strike from the broken parts of the wall, covering the Boojum's attack routes. Right on time! Support successful! But Leva is right. These Boojums are completely drawn in by the strange fluctuation. I don't know how the Neater did it, but this current situation feels somewhat familiar. What do you mean? Don't you think it's very similar? Leibniz also used the same method when she tried to find the blood tentacles earlier. Does that mean those Boojums are the primary food source for the blood tentacles? If the number of Boojums continue to increase, emitting more food smell, then it's very likely to attract the blood tentacles. Blood tentacles? That girl called them that too. A very vivid name, right? Among over 50 naming references, that group of scientists discussed it several times before finally deciding on this code name. That's the thing that took Rebella away, isn't it? If it's coming in here, that's perfect! Once I deal with this group of Boojums, that creature with many tentacles like an octopus, I'll catch it, chop it into pieces, and make it into a takoyaki that Rebella eat. I don't think you want to do that. Wait, Rebella wouldn't eat something like that, would she? Sounds completely unappetizing. Wait, this is Colleen! Why'd you come out? At the rear of the battlefield, Kalina, wearing a heavy anti-radiation suit, is struggling through the ruins, walking towards those broken experimental tanks. The experimental subjects here. Although they've been destroyed, there are still vestigial samples. Try to bring them back. First Coat Enlightenment should be able to use them. Go back, Colleen. It's too dangerous here. Even if you wear the anti-radiation equipment, you can't stay here for too long. If your protective gear gets damaged by stray bullets during the battle, under this concentration of radiation, none of us will be able to save you. I will be as careful as possible, but these may hide the true secrets of Paradise. We just can't leave them behind. Then leave it to me, says Colleen. I'll help you move them. What was that? Sapo's chest was the highlight of this event. Okay. That's funny. Please, do, Lena. Lena assists Kalina in transporting the test subject storage tanks before them. Seeing the biological tissue in the jar through the glass, Kalina's heart trembles as past events resurface in her mind. Even after so many years, Paradise's anti-human research is still continuing, and has become even more radical. Commander, is this the reason you didn't want to come back? Are you also constantly tracing their whereabouts? That mission was the beginning of everything. Even if what I can do now is minimal, at the very least, I must do what I can. Lena, figure out a way to destroy the experimental subjects here. Oh, well, at least it only sent once. You didn't send like multiple times. I appreciate the $10 though. We can't possibly take them all with us. The remaining experimental subjects, rather than leaving them here to potentially be sacrifices of Paradise to persecute living beings in the future, it would be better to destroy them completely and get them released. Got it, Kalina. You just wait to decide. Don't push yourself too hard. Leave a guide those Boojums creatures to destroy the load-bearing pillars there. You have to retreat quickly, Bissus Colleen. Bissus, Levi and I will definitely complete the orders very soon. What me? What me? Colleen, do you have anything you want me to do? Pay attention to safety and don't overload. I just got finished warming up. I'm in top condition. Gunfire, tearing sounds. Oh, wait, nice for the Buddhists to wait patiently for them to stop talking. Gunfire, tearing sounds, and the noise of falling rocks echo continuously within Paradise's laboratory. To ensure the safety of Kalina and Lena's transportation, Leva and Sapo cooperate, driving the two appearing Boojum organisms together to deal with them. The strength of two people is still somewhat strained, especially to ensure that stray bullets flying everywhere during the fight do not affect the area where Kalina is. Leva has to take risks multiple times during firepower to guide the Bujim's route of action, which greatly limits their attack efficiency. Speed up, everyone. Once the blood tentacles appear, in our current situation, the only optimal solution is a full retreat. Colleen, 15 more minutes at most. After 15 minutes, no matter how much data we collected, we must force retreat. Your personal safety is the most important. I know. If the blood tentacles appear, we evacuate immediately. Your NC assistance is already on the way. We'll come back when the reinforcements arrive. How's the destruction of the low-bearing pillars going? It's a bit reluctant, but as a fallback measure for retreating, it's fine. As for the precious data that we won't have time to transfer, let's hope it won't get eaten by that gluttonous blood tentacle. While joking with the others, Leva quickly sent the intel and coordinates gathered so far to the commander in her neural cloud. Though, under the communication conditions in the red zone, no matter how advanced a connection is, one can only pray the message is delivered accurately. I'm afraid the experiments here are more exaggerated than we imagined. When it comes to experiments related to Paradis, we can only assume the worst. Emotions that a doll shouldn't have rise in Leva's newer cloud. It seems to be a terrifying premonition of something that shouldn't exist in this world. Do we have to talk to them right now? I want to go back to the good stuff. Under the gloomy sky, giant transport planes swept through the air, carrying employees from Monty Security and advancing rapidly towards the red zone. Lentine was sitting inside her exclusive anti-radiation vehicle, calmly flipping through the latest intel sent from the Yellow Zone's scientific research team. Agent Lentine, we will soon reach the edge of the Yellow Zone bordering the red zone. Yes, drive further in. Get as close to the red zone as possible. Alright, to ensure safety, we can only get as close as the vehicle's maximum radiation resistance zone allows. Any further in, the strong radiation might cause irreversible damage to a non-specialized aircraft. Judging by the coordinates Lisa gave, reaching the research team's temporary base shouldn't be a problem. Lindsay rejected her proposal without even lifting her head. We're not going there. But our mission is to search for the lost scientist. Going to that base camp is meaningless. Don't forget, our deeper mission is to acquire crucial first-hand intelligence before the other URNC rescue teams arrive. Don't waste time on unimportant matters. Are there other rescue teams beside us? You don't actually think Monty Security has become a charity organization subordinate to URNC, do you? Or do you think we're acting as agents for the URNC? With the URNC's complex internal political system, just a process approval for a cross-zone rescue is enough to take them several days. The reason they sought out Monty Security is simply because our response speed is fast. We keep our employees' intel confidential, and taking money to get things done saves them worry. As for other teams in URNC, other than not having our response speed, what they possess in terms of both connections and intel far surpasses ours. Even this research report about blood tentacles, I had Lisa spend some effort prying into it from the URNC on our way there. We had to take some people away before the URNC's own rescue team arrives to avoid the possibility of intel sharing. The mission is at least different from the previous ones. Having more rescue teams isn't necessarily a bad thing, considering it's the red zone after all. Don't be so naive. Both you and I are useful chess pieces. It's one thing for me to be a chess piece, Adjutant, but you are not. Please do not refer yourself like that. You're right. No one likes being called a chess piece. But if you want to become a chess player, We must have enough chips. We are increasing our chips right now. The documents we obtained in the past. As long as we find the right person to analyze and interpret them, we can instantly gain knowledge far surpassing anyone else's. Then there's the batch of experimental subjects we detained. If we use them as bargaining chips, maybe some scientists will be willing to cooperate with the research on their own. Wait, attending the Whitestone Scientific Conference. Agent Lentine, had you planned this all out long ago? Scientists are far harder to find than mercenaries. True. Past experiences always come in handy. What do you think, Kenny? I've always believed in you, Adjutant Lentine. You never stop at your current glory. You can lead us towards that bright future. A bright future? I will seize the opportunity. Our current position has never been our endpoint. As long as they need our power, there is still room for us to climb up. About to arrive at a destination, Agent Lentine. We just investigated that several strong entry fluctuations occurred in the red zone not long ago. Our relevant intel has already been sent to you. When was the most recent one? 10 minutes ago. If the main force travels from the landing coordinates, it will take about 15-minute drive. Factoring in the landing time, you can arrive within 20 minutes. Too slow. Kenny, ride in my car. Have Eva get ready. We'll head out first. Besides the energy fluctuation, you have nothing else you want to report? Recruitment is progressing. If you don't mind making some optimizations to the resumes for some members. I never mind where they come from or what they've done. Talents wandering the yellow zone, seeing the possibility of entering the green zone. Shouldn't they cherish the hard-won opportunity even more? As long as the mission succeeds, our squad should also do some large-scale recruiting. We can't keep borrowing people forever. Of course! When Ronnie's second squad heard this mission was to the red zone, they not only rode their wheels in advance, but they also threw some kind of last party at the bar. It was unbearable. But we are different. Nobody here has wavered. I believe you can bring everyone back, Agent Lentine. May your martial fortunes be prosperous. At least she has a good support group. Even though it isn't, like, reversed. Following the issue command, the massive transport plane slowly glides across the red zone. After the multi-section vehicles are airdropped and land, they quickly reconnect, assembling into an incredibly vast convoy that rumbles forward, carrying with it a cloud of dust and smoke. The entire convoy is fast and efficient, staging a majestic spectacle in this area devoid of an audience. Accompanied by the low groan of steel bars, a vehicle in the middle section slowly opens its interior. A car speeds out from inside the giant transport vehicle. Judging from its flashy appearance and roaring engine, this car must be quite expensive. Lentine, sitting inside one of them, steps on the gas pedal. The engines let out a beast-like roar as she speeds past the convoy, hurrying forward beside her, quickly leaving the massive, imposing transport convoy entirely behind her. Not long ago, the UNC provided the latest coordinates of the people calling for help. Lentine speeds towards the target point and quickly spots it. It is an area that looks like a laboratory, bearing similarities to a human experimentation spaces Lentine has been to in the past. The sounds of battle ahead carried through the wind. It's not hard to guess that a fierce battle is taking place inside the laboratory. Why is it this kind of place again? Apart from scientific expedition members on the list, Eliminate everything else, be it dolls, soldiers, or boot gems. Show no mercy. Complete the mission at maximum speed. The Generation doll jumps down from the roof of the vehicle with a calm expression, landing on the gravel-covered ground. She holds a specially made blade in her hand. The next second, gravel flies as her figure vanishes from the spot, charging into the laboratory with the force of a thunderbolt. Inside the lab, Sapo, Leva, and Lena are engaged in a fierce battle with boot gems, when a silver afterimage slices into the battlefield like a sharp sword. The boot gem, which had originally raised his claw to attack Sapo, suddenly stiffens in its actions. Without any support for its movement or entanglement, the massive boot gem is sent flying sideways as it's struck by an invisible heavy hammer. As the smoke clears, to everyone's shock, they see a third-gen doll wielding a longsword, stepping on the boot gem's head with one foot. Her calm, icy eyes stare at the on-guard group before her. Oh? Such a flashy entrance. I wonder if this is our belated reinforcements, or a new enemy. An enemy for sure! Perfect for a fight to the death with me! Ela ignored the doll in front of her. The boot gem pinned under her foot struggled and launched an attack at her. Leva, it seems the other party doesn't have much malice towards us? At this stage, we have no direct conflict with her. Yeah, I remember. She seems to be... Now kiss. Isn't that great? There's one more puppy dispatched to execute the mission. Ah, that's my prey. No stealing. It seems we're going to go all out. Leva, I won't lose to them. Watch this. They're really using the PNC music, which I like. I'm not surprised that it is so heavy in this part. And yeah, she actually did stare at her tits before talking to her. I don't know why. That was interesting. The red sports car roared as it arrived at the laboratory, stopping with a beautiful drift at the entrance. At this time, Igla and Sapo's group were fighting against the boot gems. Lena was the first to spot the unknown visitor. Without any hesitation, she immediately stepped sideways to shield Kalina behind her. The passenger door popped open, and a foot wearing a specialized protective boot stepped onto the ground. Kenny, dressed in a hazmat suit, stepped out of the car. He looked around with the messy laboratory, then at the shattered wall, before finally locking his gaze on Kalina, who was being shielded by Lena. The driver's window rolled down. Lentine, wearing a hazmat suit, looked at Kalina with a scrutinizing gaze. Counselor Kalina? Yes, and you are? Get in. I'll take you out of here first. Kenny, handle the aftermath. Have the main force take all the materials. Alright, Agent Lentine. You evacuate first. You are... Lentine glanced at Lena. A look that sufficiently conveyed she didn't seem to have much goodwill towards dolls. But out of respect for Kalina, she held back her hostility. Monkey security. We are also the reinforcements you've been waiting for. Haven't taken on the UNC's emergency rescue mission. My mission objective is to bring Kalina back intact, so hurry up and get in the car. Don't dawdle. That doll. Is she yours? What? You know her? She left a deep impression. She used to be a doll affiliated with the conglomerate. How'd she end up in your hands? I don't care who she belonged to before. From the moment I acquired her, she became an asset of Mongi security. This world isn't luxurious enough to leave useful things lying around unused. You done talking? Don't waste time. Hurry up and get in the car. Someone will move the things that you want for you. You don't need to do it yourself. Lena instinctively looked at the experimental subjects that haven't been completely packed up yet. Linton shoots Kenny a look, and Kenny, understanding implicitly, immediately steps forward to help, beginning to load the equipment around Kalina onto Linton's vehicle. Is that a doll the same model? No, with that appearance and combat ability, it must be the conglomerate special custom doll from before. Monkey Security has always served the conglomerate. I can't let my guard down with them appearing here. I have no reason to trust you. I can send you the mission commission documents to look at. Is that enough proof? Under current conditions, I do not have the means to verify the authenticity of the commission. The Monkey Security logo on the person's vehicle in front of her is clearly visible, but in a lawless place like the Red Zone, easily trusting a fully armed, unknown mercenary team is tantamount to entrusting one's life to the hand of others. It was true that a team like Monkey Security would accept any job, but their exorbitant fees were something only top-tier conglomerates could historically afford. Kalina stood in front of Linton, delaying her next move. Seeing this, Linton sneered and looked to the side at the third-generation doll who was still dispatching enemies. Come back, Igla. Your presence is making the counselor uncomfortable. The third-gen doll, who had once been dealing with the Bujins on the side, swiftly returned to stand behind Linton upon hearing the order. Seeing the third-gen doll appear before approach Kalina, Lena raises her gun and steps forward. Don't come any closer to Big Sis Kalina. I'm not here to fight meanest battles with you. Wasting time in the Red Zone is basically disguised suicide. I have a mission to do. If you have the confidence to resolve it, you can very well do it yourselves. But, are you sure you can handle the situation before you? Linton casually drops her sidearm. Her movements relaxed and fluid. Linda's vigilance has already been raised to its highest point. In a second, the gun in Linton's hand fires a bullet, skimming past Linda and Kalina to strike the shadow behind them. Everyone's gaze are suddenly drawn towards a strange noise in the shadows. The tiny red tentacles had already appeared at some point. Linton then stopped their hands, firing several more shots at the unknown creatures approaching Kalina. After being hit by Linton's bullets, those red creatures shrank back as if startled, but they weren't harmed by the slightest. Soon they re-emerged, seemingly consciously bypassing the two and spreading widely towards the fallen Bujim on the ground. Lena only then realized that with a start. Looking around, she found that at some point the last floor and walls had become faintly covered in these traces resembling red moldy threads. This was exactly the same trace as when Leibniz observed the appearance of the blood tentacles earlier. The blood tentacles. That creature should be nearby. The thread-like substance continuously approached Sapo and Lena. Upon touching the Bujim they had defeated earlier, the thread-like substance instantly expanded. Red silk threads gradually spread up the Bujim's torso, quickly devouring it entirely. Blood-red tentacles abruptly form, and using themselves as the starting point, continuously spread to the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. We can't let those blood tentacles get any closer to the Bujim. After routing the Bujim, its size will rapidly expand. The blood tentacles, having doubled in size, can only be suppressed with heavy firepower. Sapo and Leva, who originally dealt with the Bujums, are instantly pincered by both the blood tentacles and the Bujums. Sapo, dodge! Bullets pour out of Leva's weapon, but this does not hinder the blood tentacles' movements. Once the blood tentacles completely devour the Bujums, an even more dangerous predicament will await everyone. Since an unknown time, tiny red tentacles have approached some of the experimental equipment that had been shattered in the previous battle. The consumed organisms were causing the thread-like blood tentacles to swell at an invisible rate. Kleina's face paled. She had to deal with the blood tentacles before her at the fastest speed possible. Otherwise, with their current combat power, their only future would be end up trapped here forever. Kleina looked at Lentine. The woman was standing by at the car door, smiling as she looked back, seemingly waiting for her to give a conclusion. Out of respect for our clients, we won't hastily interrupt your combat. Here. I need help. You might have forgotten something. Please help. That has to really suck. Of course, no problem. I'm glad I can help you, Counselor Kleina. Get back to your vehicle. I'll handle things here. Please trust the professionals. Kleina is still a bit out of her depth. Woo! There's still a lot! Man! Lentine gave Kleina a look, one that contained an unquestionable order. Confirming that the other party's intentions were indeed for rescue, Kleina gritted her teeth and evacuated the battlefield first under escort. She returned to the inside of her anti-radiation vehicle ahead of time, but still maintained contact with everyone. Following that, denser engine roars came from all around. A large number of Manji security armed forces surrounded this laboratory stronghold like a tide. Their firepower was clearly far stronger than the armaments brought by our side. Over the comms, Kleina reassured everyone not to act rashly for now and cooperate with the evacuation. The red trails of blood tentacles were spreading. Before the tentacles could approach their food, Lentine's bullets always arrived one step ahead. Receiving Lentine's command, Igla took the lead to grapple with the blood tentacles. Leva, Sapo, and Lena moved to the Bujum in the opposite direction of the tentacles. Although we could just take out the Bujum directly, its course would just become food for the blood tentacles. So annoying. One of the remaining experimental subjects. You're also one of the blood tentacles' food sources. Leave it to me, Big Sis Clean. Flames start burning inside the laboratory. Lena tries to use the fire to force back the blood tentacles. The blood tentacles only retreat temporarily. After standing upright, they still snatch food from up high. The fire seems to be merely an annoyance to them, without any actual damage. Okay, that's a little different. Maybe it's just not a fire. A massive roar comes from the surroundings. Lena, inside the vehicle, seems a formidable force advancing towards her direction at an extremely fast speed not far away. Multiple teams wearing anti-radiation suits advance inward, fully armed. Soon, a large number of Manji security armed forces alleviate their predicament with overwhelming force. Igla, speed up. Alpha Squad, assist in dealing with the visual bosom of organisms. Bravo Team, Echo Team, set up a perimeter and prioritize transporting the data. Charlie Team, Delta Team, Phosphate Team, provide suppressive fire and eliminate the unknown organisms approaching this side. Swift, efficient, and cold. With just a few brief commands, the squad under Lin Team began to operate with precision. The remnants of the bosom bodies were quickly transported away, and multiple squads launched successive attacks on the blood tentacles, temporarily halting their further expansion. An encircling ring of flames surrounded the blood tentacles on all sides. The blood tentacles struggled to escape, but were constantly repelled by the firepower. Igla, sever all the veins on the ground. Noticing the blood-red veins on the ground and recalling that the blood tentacles initially appeared in this manner, Lentine orders Igla to focus all her energy on destroying the red veins spreading from afar. As more and more veins were cut off, the volume of the blood tentacles suddenly began to shrink. It's working! The enemy's power has been weakened! More and more squads launch attacks on the underground red veins. Those veins rapidly shrink and shift after being attacked. Amidst the roaring sounds, more and more rocks fall in the area. Lentine notices that Kalina's subordinates are rapidly evacuating. Evacuate orderly, this place is about to collapse. Team Foxtrot, prepare thermal weapons and blow up this place. After a large number of Monty security members retreated, the heavy thermal weapons carried by Foxtrot relentlessly bombarded the area. Liva quietly watches everything happening from before her. She has to admit the other party inadvertently did them a large favor. Monkey security doesn't seem to know what truly happened in this laboratory. Simply from the perspective of completely eliminating the trouble, they are using astonishing firepower to destroy it. The originally quite large laboratory is reduced to a pile of rubble in an instant, completely burying the blood tentacles within it. Those test subjects, enemies, along with the summoned creatures, surely couldn't survive the relentless bombardment. Lentine looked at the red threads that had already rapidly disappeared before her eyes and called off the bombardment. Regroup on site and evacuate as soon as possible. Thank you for your timely help. Lentine, Adjutant of Monkey Security. Thank you for your support, Adjutant Lentine. None to be so polite, Miss Counselor. Bringing you back in the laboratory is my job. I will escort you all the way back. Do you believe me now? I can't go back for now. Not staying in a safe and comfortable office in the white zone, I want to personally go deep into the red zone to investigate. It is worthy of my admiration. However, there's nothing more valuable than life, and your life is more valuable than many people's. If you encounter danger alone, the ones who die might be others. I must obtain those documents. Some truths can only be seen here. With the Miss Counselor's permissions and intelligence, there is still data you cannot attain. There's no need to personally go deep into danger from so far away. This doesn't fit the style of big shots in the white zone. It's different. Must obtain absolutely correct first-hand evidence that hasn't been covered by or tampered with by anyone. Only then can I avoid being deceived. Lentine let out a light chuckle. You're right. There are indeed a lot of scammers in this world. Thank you for your efforts. In any case, I will keep this favor firmly in mind. Verbal things are necessary. I take money to get things done. That's my usual style. So why don't we talk about something practical? First of all, to ensure we can leave this area alive, I think it would be a good idea to share some intel. For instance, the data you just risked your life to save in your car. Why not let Monkey Security receive it together and hand it over to RNC later? It'd be much safer that way, wouldn't it? The other end of the communicator fell into a brief silence. Sorry, I can't handle the data to you. Relax, don't be so tense. There's enough residual data here. I have no need to snatch the one in your car. However, there are many who can stick their guns at the juncture like this. Lindsay snaps her fingers, forcibly changing the subject. I've already sent you to the RNC rescue list. Please help confirm the current personnel status. Cleaner receives a list of researchers sent by Lentine. At the very top of the list, her name is clearly listed. The position remark is still Nampa Counselor. She is even specially marked as an important figure who needs to be well protected. Lena stares at that position and lets out a long sigh. Even though she has already submitted her resignation and applied to lead the Nampa, Mr. Kruger's care for her still moistens things slightly like spring rain. Lena has no doubt that if she were to harbor even a sliver of regret, Mr. Kruger would use other means to arrange for her to be in another position. The list is fine. Colonel Leibniz is still missing, and I hope you can assist us in rescuing her. No problem. This is also part of the mission. Also, there's a mistake on this list. I am participating in this mission as a PMC. The counselor mentioned in his documents is just the past title. I've already resigned. What? Are you afraid to use my past favors to demand to provide illegal assistance in your capacity as counselor? No, it's nothing to do with that. I just want to escape the influence that position has brought me. I came to Redstone of my own free will. It has nothing to do with the RNC behind me. How interesting. The Green Zone is full of people willing to give everything to squeeze into the RNC government. You're quite fascinating. Personally throwing away what is the finish line for so many others. I'm guessing your RNC system hasn't updated your latest status yet? I only received this list shortly before setting out. That's the only way to explain the error in the RNC list. Perhaps. Or it could be that the paperwork hasn't been fully synchronized yet. Could you satisfy my curiosity? At your age, a position like this definitely isn't something you can just get through the back door. How did it anger you? Are the living conditions too poor? Is the cafeteria food too terrible? As long as I'm in that position, even if I'm a RNC counselor, I'm ultimately just a chess piece. Being controlled by others, being forced to stand on the opposite side of important people for the sake of the so-called big picture and peace. I don't want to experience those things again. The power a single person can possess is limited after all. I don't think there's anything wrong with clinging to a big tree. No matter what the situation is, only by staying at the card table does one have a chance to turn the chess piece into the one holding the pieces. Once you leave the table, then you truly are nothing. True. But inside the RNC, that hope is too slim. The time I have to wait might be extremely long. I've never given up hope. I just want to find a place that is more suitable for me. Sorry, Agent Lentine. I said some inconsequential things. Is he looking for work? You could say that. I knew this was where this was going. For quite a while, actually. Then how about you join Monkey Security? What? The stage wants to leave URNC anyway. The only places you can go are the major PMCs. Monarchy security is considered top tier in the industry in terms of skill, equipment, and resources. I'm doing alright there. If you're interested, I can be your referrer. With your qualifications, you'll definitely get a good position. I've really taken the initiative to recruit someone, you know. Think about it. She very clearly does not know who Kalina is. Suddenly, a burst of noisy background sound comes from the communicator, as if someone wanted to speak up and argue against something, but was forcibly gagged and the communication cut off. Linting chuckles softly, paying no mind to this little interlude. I said, Linting, are you serious? Are you really going to recruit the former counselor of Namfa? So with that, someone coming out from the internal system of the URNC will more or less bring some of their past connections and resources. You don't really think that reaching the position of the counselor in Namfa at this age is something an ordinary girl with no background could achieve just by working hard, do you? I understand what you mean. You have your eyes on the person behind her. Not only that, she herself is quite interesting. And young Miss, our master, who is ignorant and incompetent, wouldn't run to the redstone to find the truth. Such idealism never lasts very long. After roughing it outside a couple of years and hitting the wall, she might just return to URC anyway. When that time comes, if Adjutant Linting can follow her network of connections and reach a cooperation with the higher-ups in URNC, would our process be even more promising? The premise is that we had to build a relationship first. However, I always feel that I've vaguely seen her face somewhere before. Meanwhile, on the other end of the communicator, the people in Kalina's car completely exploded upon hearing Linting's invitation. Lena floats her hands and breaks free from Leva's grasp after confirming the communication was cut off. Wait, isn't my security known for being unreliable? You have countless ties to the conglomerate and Paradise. If Kalina went there, wouldn't that be terrible? Wouldn't that be... I know. It's called jumping out of a frying pan into the fire. However, isn't getting first-hand intel from the enemy camp a good idea? Moreover, Nikita is also with Monty Security. If we can join, maybe we can smoothly regroup with her. Moreover, judging from the fact that the other party was able to mobilize so many elite troops, their power within Monty Security is indeed considerable. Something's not right. Something must definitely not be right. Although Business Colleen definitely doesn't want to worry about finding work, why would she be recruited by people from Monty Security right now? If Colleen goes, I'll secretly empty Monty Security's warehouse. If I snatch all the equipment for the commander, he'll definitely play nicely with me. Huh, Espeto Sapo, so smart! Wow, these two are a pod. He's in a pod. All that idea is indeed pretty good. You can't do that. It'll get Clean in trouble. I don't plan on going there either. A wise decision. Monkey Security's position involves too many deep ties. However, how did we persuade the lady on the other side? If she dares threaten Colleen, I'll dismantle her car. Let her run on her back foot. The communication device light flashes a few times and emits a sound, in case Melanie is connected once again. How's your consideration coming along, former Miss Counselor? Agent Lentine, thank you for your invitation. However, please allow me to decline. As far as I know, Monkey Security has always served the financial conglomerate. The stance there might not be very suitable for me. My departure from Redundancy was originally to seek a position allowing freedom of action. Therefore, I am more inclined to join a PMC that operates independently and is less constrained by capital. Although the resources that can be mobilized will be fewer, at least I can act according to my own true intentions. Judging from your tone, you've already decided where to go. Yeah, I'm supposed to have one candidate. It is a borderless, non-profit rescue organization. That place might be more suitable for the current me. That does sound like it's the future style you want. Since we couldn't reach an agreement, I won't force it. I'll send an escort squad to take you to the safe zone at the edge of the red zone first, and leave the rest of the search to us. Wait, I want to go too. I have dogs capable of guarding me. I'll need special care from Bonnie Security. You are still on the protection list, Miss Kalina. If something happens to you, my mission rating will become very ugly. I have reasons why I want to go. Regarding intel to the blood tentacles, I am clearer than you. Moreover, Leibniz and I are well acquainted. I can guess some of her ways of thinking, and I can bring you more intel. If we still need additional compensation, I'll send recommendations later. I can do my best. Lentine tapped her fingers on the steering wheel a few times, thinking for a moment. I like making deals with smart people. Let's hear it. Why, just let me do my job. Yeah. Hold on. I'm actually getting really hungry. Right, there's still a lot. Yeah, I cook. Honestly, this may be like another 4 hours. I think the call here is to stop and then finish the rest tomorrow. Because it's still a lot. I don't think we're even at the halfway point. Well, we kind of are. Maybe at like the 45% point. Yeah, it'd be tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. I don't, when it comes to actual stories, I don't wait till Thursday. If I had to do a part 2, I just go straight into tomorrow. Don't worry, there's always the VOD. And plus, I'll tell you about it anyways. Dylan, please. I can cook. I cook all the time. But yeah, I had to think about work and stuff. Why the fuck would I show you my food? I'm going to eat my food. Same time, so 3 o'clock. Yeah, I feel like the call right now is just stop here. Cooking stream? No. Stop asking for a cooking stream. Yeah, this one is just a really long one, just like part 1. But we hit the 5-hour mark, and I could go for 2 more hours, but we still wouldn't be done. So I think the best move is to just stop here. Do it tomorrow. That way it's a full-on stream. Probably another 5 hours. And see how things go. So far, I'm liking this event. I will say not enough Sapo, by the way. So I'm hoping that gets fixed for the second half. I feel like Sapo is getting I guess you can say she's getting what's looking for? Distilled. She's getting smothered by the whole plot. So hoping that the second half of this would have a lot more Sapo. It is good though that she's just tearing shit apart. I like that. And she can kill Boojums very easily. For some reason. There might be an issue where they're trying to do a little bit too much in one go. But we'll see how everything lines up. It's a very hard shift from the first track that played for part 1. And I do think the first one is better. But okay, we'll go ahead and stop now. I will see you guys tomorrow, same time, 3 o'clock. We'll get this done. You guys take care. Bye-bye.